So we were discussing about our corporate case studies file. So what we have left with on there, we're going to continue. So I request everyone kindly open the file. And we have done up to our last topic called data presentations over there. So how to make our data informative, how to make our data presentable, all these things we have discussed. So today we are going to start with the next sheet naming called date calculations. Okay, over here. So let me take you through this sheet. So kindly confirm you got the same sheet open on in front of your screen. Could you please drop me a message in the chat box? Why for yes? Okay, I got for confirmation. How about the others? Please quickly help me. All right. So thank you so much for your responses, people. And let us first have a discussion. What is the data we have, what we need to do, and let me give you connections with the data. Then you can start working with it. So technically, suppose say these are the people who are working in my department. These are the employee codes of those people who are working in my department. I have. Okay. Now management has given me a task that Prabhas, whoever the people working with you, please compute their experience as on date and give us a report. So I have got the respective date of joining of those people in my organization, and now I need to find out their experience in terms of years, months, and days over there. So now you must be thinking, Prabha, this is the kind of HR job. I mean, I am into finance, I'm into accounts, I'm into production, I'm into planning, or I'm into supply chain. Why I need to do all this kind of calculations? Yes, sometimes it happens, people. Management, what it does, though HR people, they have their own way of calculation, they are doing their job, but the respective department wise, they collect the report so that they finally at the end of the year, they reconcile, they compare the transactions and the reports, and finally they find out what is the best, what is the right one. Anyway, so now being a department head, it is my duty to prepare a report and I have to present the same to management. So in this case, if I need to do the same job, how will I do that? What are the best options I do have? Or what is your best opinion? You can share it across to me. What can be done or what we do in this scenario? Anybody? Whatever it is, whatever you feel you can share, no problem. This is a kind of more or less knowledge sharing also.
Give today's date and with the year we need to give the year formula and minus joining year.
Okay, so
Similar to
we'll
the
be
month and
defining.
day.
Right. So we'll be defining today's date over here and we'll go for equal to today's date minus we'll go for date of joining. I'll be getting total number of days and the same I'll be dividing by 365 to get my year component. And once I get it, then 0.4904 again I need to divide by 30 to get my month details and the rest I can allocate towards my days, isn't it?
Yes.
So if I go in this process, somewhere or the other, I have to take the rounding of our decimal values because
True.
I'm not getting the entire thing as whole numbers. And when we are doing the date related calculations, we have to be pinpoint accurate even for a single day. So this kind of calculations is definitely not going to help us. We are pretty clear. Do you agree with me?
Yes, yes, it is.
Right. So in this situation, people, our experts, they will suggest you to different types of answers. But trust me, when you ask them about the accuracy about the formula, or if you ask them, are you confident of your formula? They will surrender. They will say, no, I can't say or give a guarantee of that. But this is the way I used to do. That's why I'm sharing the information. So what is the point? When the people are creating the formula, they are not confident about their own formula. So how I can rely upon that this is a best of options. So definitely that's not going to help me. So in this situation, how to handle this then? I'll tell you friends, there is only one way out. There is a hidden formula of Excel which will be helping us to do this job. What is that hidden formula? The name is date diff. This is for your understanding. I'm typing date diff. This is a hidden formula. And trust me, There is a formula called date diff, and since 1985, the version of Microsoft Office, today till 2021, this formula is hidden because this formula has got certain drawback. And now I will show you that how this is a hidden formula. See, whenever we type any formula of Excel, you can see it gives me a help instructions. What is this eDate formula? Now, if I go for tab key, this also gives me a helping hand how to write this eDate formula. Whereas if I go for date diff, do you see any kind of helping hand or instructions from Microsoft Excel? No. But there is a formula, and people always does the wrong pronunciation about this formula. They believe that over here, they think that, okay, this is what our date diff formula. They believe there is a if formula is there. They should read it as dated if. But technically, this is a date formula. So we must read it as date, then take a little bit pause and if. So date diff is the right pronunciation for this formula. So now over here, what we're going to do, since the formula instructions are not visible, we are going to work together. So let's start working with me. Keeping your cursor below to the year, kindly type a formula equal to date diff. Please type your spelling properly, DATEDIF. Open the parenthesis. Now, instructions are not visible. So how to start with? Any date formula, friends, if you recall, network days international, e-date, EO month, text, anything you call it, it always start with a start date. Do you agree?
Yes.
So in
Yes.
our case, what will be our start date? The date of joining of the employees. Make
Yes.
sense? Comma. Then next input, what it's supposed to be. Whenever we compute the difference between two setup of dates, like in our formula called network days international, when we compute the difference between our start date and end date, what is that next input we had taken? End date. But in our case, where is the end date? End date is not there. But technically we need to compute the experience as on date, means as on today. So today's date, we no need to maintain a separate column for that. We have got a ready-made formula in our Excel naming called today. So we can type today open bracket and close bracket. This is going to generate me today's date. And how this is going to generate today's date? Because it is going to depend upon my system date and time, whatever the clock in the bottom right corner, whatever my system date is going to be generated over here. If my system date is wrong, then definitely this formula is also going to give me the wrong result. So we have to be very careful. Very rare case it is going to happen, but technically this is not going to happen any point of time. So my system date is nothing but my today's date. Okay, so that is my end date. So I believe both the inputs are clear. Any difficulties in understanding as such? Date diff, hidden formula. C6 is the date of joining, that is called start date. Then comma, end date is nothing but today's date. For today's date purpose, we use today formula. Now comma, we are computing the difference in terms of year, correct? So our third reference has to be the year component. So for the time being, take one blank cell above to the year and close the bracket. Now the moment you hit enter over here, it will be giving error hash num. Reason we know, out of our three inputs, the third input is defined to a blank cell. Okay, now let's go to that blank cell. As we discussed in our day one, our date format, how Excel responds or what kind of format is recognized by Excel, DDMMYY or MMDDYY, where D plays a role of date, M for month, Y for year. So to represent our year, go to that blank cell and just type Y. When you type Y over there and immediately hit enter, can you see the result? So we got our date diff formula results as 13 years. So now when you open the formula, all the elements are clear. Please confirm whatever we just typed it. All these elements are clear. Any difficulties in understanding?
No, Prabhas.
Okay.
Prabhas, can I
Yeah.
do it in terms of month as well?
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. So
Okay.
first, my basic step one understanding I'm asking. Though date diff is a
Yes.
hidden formula, how to write it, we are clear.
Got that. Thank you.
Right. So anybody is not clear, feel free to ask. Now, if it is clear, let us go and make a hands-on practice for month and days also. As I told you, for month we can use M, for day we can use T. Okay. And for month, formula would be is equal to date diff, open bracket, start date, that is date of joining, comma, end date is today's formula, today open bracket and close bracket, comma, Excel operator is my operator M. And the moment we are going to hit the enter button, this is going to give me some result. Okay. Similarly, if I go for date div for day computations is equal to start date, comma, today formula, comma, Excel operator, we go for it. Now, once we go for this, we got this result. So I believe everybody is getting the same result for month and days also. Now, once our formula is ready, finding the experience of one employee, let us analyze the same situation. Can we express our employee's experience in this format? That this employee's experience is 13 years, 161 months, 4,924 days. Is it a right way to express with people? Not at all.
No.
Then what we have computed, exactly what exactly it is? It is nothing but individual component wise differences. Year wise 13, month wise 161 and day wise 4,924 days. But our requirement is when we go and compute year, month and days and combine the same, it should show me the entire experience. Or the other way, if you discuss in the month category, 161 months is there. We know one thing, whenever number of months reaches to 12, it becomes 1 year. Now, if I ask you that in 161 months, how many years are there? What will be your answer? What you do in that case? The basic mathematics is equal to 161. We divide by 12. Do you agree with the formula?
Yes.
And when I go for this, what is the result I'm getting? 13.4166 and also 13 means 13 years it is already there. So 13 years already taken to the year component. That cannot be ever expressed again one more time in the month category, right? So in month category only 0.416667 this should be displayed. So to make it happen, we can go to our Excel operator instead of M, go for YM. So YM stands for year to month, the incomplete month in a complete year. And the moment you hit enter, can you see the entire complete years have been removed and it is left with only the month. Similarly, if you go to our day category, go for MD, month to date, the incomplete days in a complete month and see the result now. See, immediately we get our expression 13 years, 5 months, 25 days. Right, people? Any difficulties in understanding so far?
No.
Now, once we have found out one particular employee's experience, as we know, same formula we can apply towards down. What is the shortcut to apply the formula down? Control D to fill down. Like Control R to fill right, Control D to fill down. So anything in the above cell or previous cell, it will be filling towards down. So when I go for filling down my formula, can you see, except the first one, rest of the cases, it is showing error. Reason we know. When I go back to the first error, I can realize that When I copy this formula towards down, my date of joining is moving down from C6 to C7. That is okay with us. But my Excel operator, technically it is supposed to be in D4, but it is moving to D5. So this is what the trouble. Yes, people, can you realize that opening the formula on your screen also? So if you look at this cell should not move down, isn't it? But that is moving. So this is what the problem. So though I am working with first or last cell, the formula should always refer to this cell only, that is D4. And so in that case, what I need to do? I need to select the entire solution array, then opening the formula, which is creating a trouble. D4 is creating a trouble. So this should not move down. So I should lock it by hitting F4 key. So when I hit F4 key, two dollar symbols are appearing, and this is making my cell lock, cell constant, or cell freeze. Formula is rectified only with one cell, but I need to apply for the entire selected criteria. Control, enter. This is what we learned in our day one. Similarly, we have to go back to the month also, and we have to lock E4 and then control enter. Similarly, day, we have to go and click F4 and we have to lock it, control enter. So this is how we need to rectify our formula. So please do that and let me know, is there any challenge?
No.
So everybody is clear so far what we did, people? Could you please confirm? Anybody is facing a challenge? Do let me know. Because this is one of the essential formulas in our routine activities whenever you compute the span or difference between two set of updates.
Prabhas.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have a one query.
please
So
ask.
see, we have divided into three columns, year, month, and date. If
Mm.
I want this information in one cell, then how it will be possible?
See, one cell, if you want, you have to combine the cells, like taking this over here. Okay, this is the data. Then you have to use ampersand, and this is my years. So I can take years like this. Then again ampersand, taking the month, and you have to use ampersand once again, and this is called months. Suppose MTH or anything you want to define, or months completely you want to define. Again, ampersand, taking the data over here, day and ampersand, you take in as days. So this is how you have to keep typing the formula. But there is no ready-made formula to get complete string like this many years, this many months and days in one cell. That is not possible.
Okay.
Prabhas, I have a query here.
Yeah, please.
This in one cell, what you have defined now, this is going to be a text column only, always, right?
Of course. Of
Yeah.
course, it's going to be text because it's a alphanumeric combination, and that too we are using the ampersand command. So that always brings the data in a text format only.
In no case we can use date, month, and year in one cell for computation purpose, right? In Excel as of
No,
now.
no, we cannot do that.
Okay, okay, got it.
All right. So Suresh, is it clear for you what we discussed? Suresh, can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhas. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So Mirand, how is the status?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Tanmay, good.
Yes, Prabhas.
Okay, Rajesh.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, okay, very good. Patanjali, what is the status of yours?
No, no.
All right. So I believe everybody is clear, people. So far we have done whatever. Now, I would like to take an opinion of yours. No need to do anything. Just look at my screen and please follow my audio line, what I'm asking. Thank you, Patanjali. Well, so here, whatever we did, are you comfortable doing the same? Are you happy with the solution? The way you have gone to each and every column, editing the formula, rectifying the columns by using the locking system 3 different times. Are you comfortable doing the same?
It's a little lengthy.
Yep. Lengthy, time taking, not giving a comfort zone to work with, all these things are there. Am I right?
Yes, Prabhas.
So if this is the situation when we are not comfortable, do you believe that Excel ever recommends for that? Definitely not. So this is what our experts, they suggest us to do the job like this. So what we did basically, technical people, we are not supposed to design our formula in Excel in this fashion. Okay. So I request you kindly select this entire yellow colored cells area and delete. So we'll be making some improvement in that now. Okay. So whatever we created, please delete that. You must be thinking, Prabhas, what kind of trainer you are, isn't it? We are giving our entire efforts to understand the formula. Finally, you are telling this is not recommended. Yes, sometimes we need to understand, sometimes we need to learn from our mistakes, people. So let's go and do some improvements on that. So fine. Now, after selecting this entire yellow colored cells, start working with me. Leave your mouse, leave your touchpad, directly go for typing date diff. Make sure again you're typing the spelling properly. Excel formulas are not case sensitive, so don't bother, don't worry. You can write in capital letter, you can write in small letter also. And then what it demands me, as we discussed, the first thing, date of joining, that is our employee's first date. Okay, now hold on there. The moment I select my date of joining, it picks up a address C6. What is that?
Date of
Yes.
joining.
Uh, C6. I just confine my question to C6. What is C6 in Excel?
It's a date.
It's a date.
It's a cell.
Yeah, it's a cell.
It's a cell. So in C6, what is the role of C?
C is the column.
Very good. What is the role of 6?
It's the row.
So what is the concept we have understood? Cell is nothing but the intersection point of our columns and rows. So first is the column, second one is the row. Now when I define this cell as a reference for my start date, when I copy this formula towards down, C6 will start moving to C7, C8, C9, C10 and so on. Do you agree with that movement?
Yes.
Yes.
So when I believe that the cells are moving, C6, C7, C8, C9, C10, when I pronunciate, which one sounds common?
C.
What is
C.
C? What is C?
Columns. C
Column.
column.
So what we have understood that our data is not stopping with one cell, it is moving, but it is moving within a column. When data is moving within a column, instead of locking the cell, we have to lock the column only. And when we have to lock the column, then you have to bring the dollar symbol before column. And to bring the dollar symbol before column, you need to hit your F4 key 3 times. You need to hit your F4 key 3 times. So please go ahead. Hit your F4 key 3 different times. So function F4 or F4 depends upon your keyboard behavior or the laptop brand. It will be different. So go for now only $1 symbol you will be finding before column. It is there. So this is called your column lock, column freeze or column constant. So what is column constant? Hope that concept is clear.
Yeah.
Comma. What is the next input as we discussed?
Today.
End date. End date is today's date. So today formula we can apply. And the moment we go for today formula over here, this doesn't need any kind of locking because the default nature of today formula is to generate today's date. So whichever the cell it goes, it will always generate today's date only. So it doesn't need any kind of locking. Okay, that's also clear. Now, What is the third input as we discussed? Should be Excel operator, correct? Now, when we take the cell D4, when I copy this formula towards down, D4 should not move down, correct? This is what the problem we have already faced and discussed. But when I copy this formula towards right, D4 should move to E4 for month calculation. E4 should move to F4 for day calculations. Do you agree? D4, E4, F4 movement should be there. Do you agree with that movement when I copy the formula right?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Now, if you read the movement, D4, E4, F4, which one sounds common?
4.
4. What is 4 as we discussed?
Row.
Row. So we have understood our data is not stopping to a cell, it is moving. It's moving in a row. So when data is moving within a row, we need to lock that row. And to lock a row, you have to bring the dollar symbol before row number. And to bring the dollar symbol before row number, F4 twice, F4 two times. And this is the setup. It was missing. Now we got it, and our formula is ready. So this is what we call it as row lock, row constant, or row freeze. Formula is ready only for a cell, bracket close. As we discussed, we need to apply for the rest of the cases, which is already in selection. What should be the shortcut?
Control enter.
Very good, go for it. And now can you see, in one shot, entire table data is ready with our necessary answer. So this is how people, whenever there is a need to design your formula, you should design like this. When data is moving something in a column, you need to make it as column log. If your data is moving in a row, you have to make it as row log. So one formula itself, it will be taking care about the result. You don't need to go and keep on locking with each and every column, so that you can save your time over there. And this will be again helpful for your dashboards, templates, summary reports, anywhere you are working. You can apply this logic. So any difficulties in understanding the same, please ask me, no problem, because this is what we are going to use the most.
प्रभा सर, एक क्वेश्चन था.
हाँ पूछिए.
एक्चुअली फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आपने 4 टाइम लॉकिंग के लिए बोला, सेकंड टाइम बुधवार लॉकिंग के लिए बोला. इसके बिहाइंड कुछ रीजन है?
जी बिल्कुल. देखिए, अगर लॉकिंग सिस्टम क्लियर नहीं हुआ तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम में आएंगे. देखिए मैं आपको बता दूं, 1-2 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा मैं आपका लेता हूं. Since it is not clear, if anybody is not clear with the concept, please stay focused on my screen. I am making it more easy to understand even. See, I have got 2 columns. Take an example. No need to do anything. Just look at my screen to understand the concept. So suppose say in first case, I have got all the places 10, and then the second case, I have got some multiple values over here. Suppose to take an example. Okay. So I'm making it some simple numbers so that everybody can connect with that. Now, these are 2 columns, and in the third column, I need to create a product of these 2 columns. So, if I want to go for product of these columns, what should be the formula? हम क्या करते हैं formula यहाँ पे? We go for equal to column 1 multiply column 2. Yes, ऐसा formula बनाते हैं. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now the same formula if I want to apply, हम क्या करते हैं? सीधा drag करते हैं, नहीं तो double click करते हैं, नहीं तो copy paste करते हैं formula और हमारा formula आ जाता है. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yes. No need to create, just watch my screen. This is for your understanding purpose I'm creating. तो यहाँ पे automatic कैसे आ गया? If you look at how it comes automatically, because when I copy the formula down, my cells are moving down automatically. Can you see that? Right. So here, this is what the default nature of Excel. When you copy the formula down, cells will be moving down. तो यहाँ पे एक काम करते हैं. If you see in column 1, all the places value is remaining 10 only. So instead of writing 10 for multiple times, 10 को बार बार लिखने की बजाय एक ही जगह पे रखते हैं और उसी फॉर्मूला को बाकी के साथ ऐसे रिलेट भी कर सकते हैं, तो हमारा स्पेस भी बच जाएगा और काम भी हो जाएगा. तो जब मैं डिलीट करता हूं, आप देख सकते हैं एक्सेप्ट द फर्स्ट वन, बाकी सब फॉर्मूला प्रॉब्लम में आ गया। क्यों? क्योंकि उसके बाजू में नंबर नहीं है। करेक्ट। तो अभी हम फॉर्मूला कैसे बनाएंगे, चलिए देखते हैं। यहाँ पे जो फॉर्मूला हमने बनाया, ओके, अभी हम जाएंगे इक्वल टू 10। सो व्हेन आई गो फॉर कॉपिंग दिस फॉर्मूला, जो ये 10 है I7 में, वो नीचे नहीं जाना चाहिए। नीचे गया तो प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगा। तो हम इसको कर देंगे लॉक विथ F4 वंस। F4 एक बार प्रेस किया तो क्या हुआ, एक आई के सामने आया, आई हुआ कॉलम के सामने, एक डॉलर सिंबल आया, कॉलम हो गया लॉक। एक आया 7 से पहले, तो रो नंबर 7 हो गया लॉक। So when I copy this formula towards down, I7 will not move to I8. When I copy this formula towards right, I7 will not go to J7. इतना clear हुआ?
Yes.
Now I'll go for multiplying the same to the column 2. तो कॉलम 2 में डेटा है हमारा, नीचे भी है। तो जब हम ड्रैग करेंगे J7 J8 को जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि डेटा वहां पे है। तो इसको कोई लॉकिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। तो हमने फॉर्मूला को ओपन रख दिया ऐसे। अब कंट्रोल एंटर करेंगे तो देखो ऑटोमेटिकली आंसर आ गया। तो भले ही मैं अपना पहले फॉर्मूला में हूं या आखिरी फॉर्मूला में हूं, ऑटोमेटिकली पहले कॉलम से वही 10 वैल्यू को ही उठा रहा है, वो नीचे नहीं जा रहा है। सो दिस इज कॉल्ड आवर सेल कांस्टेंट और सेल फ्रीज और सेल लॉक। होप दिस इज क्लियर।
Yes.
चलो, तो ये हो गया हमारा डॉलर सिंबल जो एप्लीकेशंस होता है, और उसको हम टेक्निकली कहते हैं एब्सोल्यूट रेफरेंस। तो मैं आपको टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज में समझाता, इसलिए समझ में नहीं आएगा, इसलिए मैंने लॉकिंग, फ्रीजिंग और कांस्टेंट करके समझाया। बट टेक्निकल दिस इज कॉल्ड एब्सोल्यूट रेफरेंस। ठीक है। अभी हम और एक चीज देखेंगे। यहाँ पे देखिए, यहाँ पे कुछ वैल्यू है 10, 20 एंड 30। यहाँ पे कुछ वैल्यू है 11, 22 एंड 33। तो ऐसा मेरे पास एक टेबल है। अभी हम देखते हैं यहाँ पे, ये जो टेबल हमने बनाया, तो 10, 20, 30 एक कॉलम में है, मैं इसको कलर कर देता हूँ। और 11, 22, 33 एक रो में है, मैं इसको भी कलर कर लेता हूँ। ठीक है। तो मुझे क्या करना है, कुछ डेटा एक कॉलम से लेना है और कुछ अपने रो से लेना है, और यहाँ पे मल्टीप्लाई करके उसका टेबल बनाना है। तो अभी अगर इसमें हम काम करते हैं, पहला फॉर्मूला कैसा होगा, इज इक्वल टू 10 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 11। डू यू एग्री?
Yes.
तो मैंने एंटर किया, मेरा पहला फॉर्मूला रेडी हो गया। और जब से हमको पता है कि एक जगह पे फॉर्मूला रेडी होता है, उसको नीचे अप्लाई कर सकते हैं, और हमने एक तरीका सीखा, कंट्रोल डी। तो प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है, जब सेकंड सेल में जाता हूँ, आइडियली आंसर कितना होना चाहिए, 20 मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 11 शुड बी 220। लेकिन ये कुछ अलग सा ले रहा है। कैसे, आप देख सकते हैं, 10 चला गया 20 को, नो प्रॉब्लम, राइट। 10 चला गया 20 को, यहाँ पे नो प्रॉब्लम। बट 11 भी चला गया 110 को, ये प्रॉब्लम में आ गया। देख पा रहे हैं, भले ही 10 जाए 20 को, 20 जाए 30 को, लेकिन मल्टीप्लाई किसके साथ होना चाहिए, सिर्फ 11 के साथ होना चाहिए। तो 11 शुड नॉट गो टू डाउन, but this is moving, and this is what the problem we saw. Similarly, when I go for the formula towards right, control R, क्या हुआ यहाँ पे, आइडियली 10 शुड बी मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 22 एंड सपोज टू बी द आंसर 220। लेकिन यहाँ पे कुछ अलग सा हो रहा है। क्या हो रहा है, चलो देखते हैं। जब हमने फॉर्मूला राइट में कॉपी किया, 11 चला गया 22 को, ये मूवमेंट हमारे लिए ठीक है। लेकिन 10 भी चला गया 110 को, देख सकते हैं, ये मूवमेंट हमारे लिए ओके नहीं है। बट दैट इज ऑल्सो मूविंग, बिकॉज दिस इज द डिफॉल्ट नेचर ऑफ एक्सेल। तो हम अभी क्या करेंगे, अपना फॉर्मूला ऐसे बनाएंगे, इक्वल टू टेकिंग 10। तो ये जो 10 है M7 में, जब फॉर्मूला नीचे कॉपी करेंगे, M7 जाएगा M8, M9 ऐसा करके। लेकिन फॉर्मूला जब राइट में कॉपी करेंगे, M7 N7 को नहीं जाना चाहिए। तो इसके लिए हम लॉक कर देंगे सिर्फ कॉलम, और कॉलम को लॉक करने के लिए हो जाता है F4 3 टाइम्स। तो सिर्फ डॉलर सिंबल कॉलम से पहले आता है और इसको कॉलम को लॉक कर देता है। फिर हम करेंगे मल्टीप्लाई टेकिंग 11। तो 11 जो है ये नीचे नहीं जाना चाहिए, N6 नीचे नहीं जाना चाहिए, जो फॉर्मूला नीचे कॉपी करेंगे। लेकिन जब फॉर्मूला राइट में कॉपी करेंगे, N6 जाना चाहिए O6 को, और O6 जाना चाहिए P6 को। तो डेटा कैसे मूव हो रहा है, N6, O6, P6, which is common 6 is the row। so डेटा एक रो में मूव हो रहा है, तो इसलिए हम क्या करेंगे, सिर्फ रो को लॉक करेंगे, पूरे सेल को लॉक करने की बजाय, तो F4 ट्वाइस। तो दिस इज द सेटअप इट वाज मिसिंग। नाउ एक ही सेल में फॉर्मूला बन गया, बाकी को अप्लाई करना है, कंट्रोल एंटर, एंड वी गॉट द रिजल्ट। दो वी आर वर्किंग विद द फर्स्ट सेल या हम लास्ट सेल में काम कर रहे हैं, ऑटोमेटिकली वैल्यू वो वहां से उठा रहा है, आप देख सकते हैं, राइट। समझ में आया F4 वंस, F4 ट्वाइस, F4 थ्राइस का लॉजिक?
यस सर।
ओके, तो चलिए, तो हमारा डेट कैलकुलेशन, यहाँ पे डेट डी फॉर्मूला कैसे हेल्प करता है हमको ये समझ में आ गया। और अभी हम आगे बढ़ेंगे हमारा नेक्स्ट शीट जिसका नाम है गोल सिक। So we are going to deal with one of the data analytical tool of our Excel naming called goal sick. So उसके लिए थोड़ा डेटा को पहले समझना होगा और डेटा के ऊपर हमको काम करना है. We know that very well. So how we are going to work with on this we are going to discuss. See, I have taken a salary slip data. So everybody is getting salary and definitely they can connect with the date properly. That's why I have taken this example. So chali, we have got a salary breakup. Basic 40,000. You can see. DA is formula driven, 20% of the basic. You can see there is a formula also. HRA 50% of the basic, that is also formula driven. You can check. Medical allowance is fixed, uniform allowance is fixed, and monthly CTC is nothing but the summation of all these values. And annual CTC is nothing but monthly CTC multiplied by 12. So we have got a simple formula driven data over here, and this is the result. So check all these formulas are clear. It's a very small formulas. I believe everybody is clear with our salary slip data.
Yes sir.
Right. Now, once we have done with this, now let us go and discuss one example over here. Now suppose say in my team, I am looking for a candidate because of the volume of transactions is more or high. I am looking for one resource who can help me or assist me in my day-to-day work. So I have approached to my recruitment team and I have given the JD and this is the work role or profile, everything I have made it clear. And I asked them, please filter out one candidate for me and I can take care about the rest. So my recruitment team, they have started operating and they have taken the different resources and they have filtered out one candidate for me. Say, take an example, our friend Tanmay. Okay, so now I am taking the interview of Tanmay over here to finalize whether he is the suitable candidate and perfect for this role. Now, the questions, whatever I asked, Tanmay answered properly, and I am quite convinced the way he has answered also, and he's having good amount of experience in this job role, whatever I'm looking for. So I am quite convinced with his answer. And I have decided internally that I should hire him. Okay, but that alone is not enough. Technically, again, what we need to discuss, the compensation part. So when I offered this much of CTC for this job role, our friend Tanmay is not satisfied with that. So immediately he gave some expressions so I could make out. Then I gave a comfort zone to him. I asked him, Tanmay, if you have some expectations, definitely you can express so that we can work out some win-win situation. Then Tanmay gave me one demand or offer that, Prabhas, if you give me 14 lakhs of salary, I am ready to join immediately. So now I have a problem. What is that? If I accept the demand of Tanmay, what would be the breakup of salary? This is the problem. Do you agree? We are making a situation. So please connect with that. If Tanmay is expecting 14 lakhs, being a department head, if I would like to accept his offer or demand, then what would be the breakup of salary? I need to know. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
this is the first problem. Okay, let's keep that on hold. Internally, I have got a authority from my management stating that, Prabhas, if you get a good candidate, salary is not a bar. Accept anybody's salary, whatever they demand, but ensure that Any point of time, basic should not exceed 60,000. So this is the capping given by the management. Now I have got another situation. What's that? If I accept 14 lakhs, then what would be the basic one? Basic would be exceeding 60,000 or it will be within 60,000 limit. I have to also check that one. So I have got another problem. Now, if I need to handle this job or to take a decision immediately whether to hire Tanmay or not, then how much time we take in this case? Yes, people, I gave you a real-time situation. First question, are we able to take a decision immediately then and there? No.
No.
What we do, I'll tell you. You also can connect, you will also not disagree. We ask 1 or 2 hours minimum to Tanmay. Tanmay, please be seated in our reception or lobby. We'll let you know in couple of hours. Now, just to take a decision, couple of hours, is it really needed? Now, what we do in that couple of hours, some rocket science, something you do? No, we come back to our workplace. We keep changing the basic one, the basic value we keep changing, like 42,000. What is the value? Okay, 11 lakhs 80,000. So slightly again we increase 45,000. So we keep changing this basic one unless and until we get this annual CTC to 14 lakhs, we keep changing this value. So this is what our job in that 1 hour or 2 hour, whatever the time you have asked over them. Now just imagine if you go and spend time like this, how much of quality time is being spent? Not only of yours, even Tanmay's time is also getting wasted since he's waiting at the lobby, correct? Now just imagine in the same situation, if I would have taken the decision immediately then and there, when in front of me, our friend Tanmay was there, definitely he would have been also happy working with a leader who is taking the decisions immediately, and I could have also saved some time, right? So this is the place where we have to use our tool called goal seek to take the decision immediately. So now the first question, when you go for goal seek, you need to satisfy two rules. Rule number one, the data must be formula driven. So whatever the data we have, it must be formula driven. Yes, we do have so many sales formulas, no problem at all. Rule number one is satisfied. Okay. Now, where is the goal seek we can find? In the data menu, if you see, there is an option called what if analysis. Okay, data, what if analysis. When you go for what if analysis, you can find there's a tab called goal seek. So when I go for goal seek over here, it goes to give me a dialog box. Yes. First criteria, set cell. So set cell is nothing but an objective cell. So in our story, if you have understood what is our objective, anybody?
Basic salary to be 60,000.
No. Basic salary is not our objective.
Okay.
Our objective is annual CTC. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
14 lakhs.
Yes, this is what Tanmay is demanding, right?
Yes.
So Tanmay is demanding how much? 14 lakhs. So annual CTC is our objective. So set cell should be the objective cell. Rule number two says that the objective cell, whichever you define, that must contain a formula. So in our objective cell, do you see any formula is there? Yes. Monthly CTC multiplied by 12, correct? So now rule 2 is satisfied. Now second criteria, two value. So how much value in the objective place annual CTC our friend Tanmay is expecting? 14 lakhs. So this one you have to define it manually. You cannot refer to a cell. So please type 14 lakhs manually. Make sure you're typing the number of zeros properly. Total 5 zeros. Right? Now, coming to the next. Over here by changing cell. Which cell you will be changing so that the annual CTC will become 14 lakhs. So in that 2 hours, when we ask the people to wait it, what we do in that 2 hours, which cell we keep on changing? The basic one. Do you agree?
Yes.
When I change the basic one, my salary will become total CTC will become 14 lakhs. Now see the beauty. The moment you go and click OK, Excel will do its own iteration and calculations, and a blink of your eyes, it will throw the result. That if you accept his 14 lakhs demand, 52,745 will be the basic salary. Is it there within the capping given by the management? Yes. So I should not make a delay. Immediately, I should hire Tanmay over here and I can tell him, Tanmay, you are through. So just wait for another 15 to 20 minutes. Our HR people will call you and explain you the rest of the formalities. So just imagine 2 hours of time which you would have wasted for doing the permutation and combination of calculations, we could do it immediately. So that's what the beauty of tool called GoalSeek. And where this is available in our data, what if analysis, GoalSeek. For that, two rules to be satisfied. One, data must be formula driven. Second one, set cell must be the objective cell which contain a formula, and then definitely you can get your results. So it's not about only this HR calculations you can do, people. There are many more cases you can use this tool. Suppose say you are into the costing calculations. You want to calculate your profitability margin. You want to calculate your break-even point. Or if you are into the research and development, multiple excipients you want to combine together and you want to find out your desired output. There also you can take it. And the best example I'll tell you, when you are paying your EMI for your housing loan or home loan, whatever the EMI you are paying, or it's a genuine amount you're paying, or you are ending up paying some extra amount to the bankers, there also you can use this GoalSeek to find out your actual EMI supposed to be paid. So many more cases, but this is what the logic. Hope this works. Please ask me any questions if you have.
So what are the two rules you mentioned? The first one is objective cell must
Yeah,
contain
first,
formula.
yeah, first one is the data must be formula driven. The data, whatever you are working with, there should be a connections with by formula. You should not have
Okay.
a static cell only just typing the numbers and get the result. There should be a connection. Connection how you create by using a formula. That's why data must be formula driven.
Okay.
Rule number two, going to your data menu. When you go for what if analysis, goal seek, set cell must be the objective cell which contain a formula.
Okay. Got it.
So all clear? Could you please respond in the chat box if it is clear, why for yes, or any questions, feel free to ask.
Prabhas,
Yeah,
can we practice for this what if an analysis? Can we give one? Can you give one more example of this?
one more example. Okay, right. So which example you are comfortable with? You tell me.
Of housing loan?
Okay, so let me take you through one example of that. See, now suppose say you have taken 5 lakhs loan for housing loan, okay? And interest rate is of 12%, correct? Now, payment interval EMI you are paying monthly. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, monthly interest rate will be nothing but the annual interest rate divided by 12. So this is a simple formula you can see. Okay. Now the question is, what should be my EMI? If I'm ready to pay the entire loan in 12 months, suppose I'm earning good and I have decided that I can pay in 12 installments itself the entire 5 lakhs loan. Suppose you have decided. So over here, what we have done for 12 EMI count purpose, 1 to 12 is there. Okay. Are you with me? Getting things what I'm saying?
Yes.
Right. Now, opening balance is nothing but the total loan what you have availed from the bank. Is that okay?
Yes.
Interest is nothing but monthly we are paying the EMI, so monthly interest needs to be calculated. So if you go for it, opening balance multiplied by effective monthly interest rate divided by 100 or percentage you can take it. Or should I do this calculation?
1,001%.
If you want, I can do it for your
No,
understanding.
it's 1% of 5 lakh.
Okay, that's clear, correct?
Yes.
Right. Now coming to principal. So principal amount, why we need to take in EMI? Because EMI is computed in two components. What is that? One is interest and one is something towards your principal amount you're paying. Like whatever the loan you have availed from 5 lakhs also you will be paying something, right?
Yes.
So that is called principal amount. So principal amount, how will we computing? Once you pay your EMI, the interest we have computed. So EMI minus interest is nothing but principal, basic mathematics.
Yes.
Now my EMI, I am not yet known yet. So tomorrow when I come to know, then definitely I'll be defining the result. So EMI, I have referred to this cell
Okay.
and that I have logged it. You can see also. Now closing balance. Closing balance is nothing but the amount of loan what I have availed and after paying my first month EMI, how much I have paid towards principal, that alone I can deduct. Interest is the earning for the banker. Do you agree?
Yes.
So I cannot do opening balance minus EMI. I have to go for opening balance minus principal. So that is what our closing balance. Can you see that?
Yes.
Right. Now, first month closing balance is nothing but second month opening balance. Logically, ideally, you can see.
Yes.
Now, the same thing I have just repeated. And for 12th month, if you see the formula is also ready. So 12 calculations per purpose, entire calculation is ready, 12-month calculation. Now
Okay.
the question is, if I want to know my EMI, how will I know that? Okay. The rule number one, data must be formula driven. So many cells formulas is there, no problem at all. Rule number one is satisfied, correct?
Yes. Satisfied.
Now I'll go for data, I'll go for what if analysis, I'll go for goal seek. So here, when I go for it, now my set cell, what would be my set cell? I told you in any data, there will be an objective cell. So in our case, if you have understood the whole story, what is our objective?
EMI.
EMI is not our objective. That is a place where you have to understand. I'll tell you. See, forget about goal seek, EMI and all. Now take a simple layman rule. If I have taken a loan of 5 lakhs and I believe I am earning good and I have decided I can repay the same in 12-month EMIs. Now when I'm very regular and prompt in payment, when I reach to the 12th month, what will be my outstanding?
Okay. Total payable amount.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. If you are always paying your EMI properly, regularly, at the end of 12th month, what would be your closing balance? What will be your outstanding?
Interest plus principal.
Your outstanding will be nil because you are paying, right?
Yes.
When you have decided in 12 months, I'll be nil square of my loan. I'll be completely repaying the entire loan. So suppose say you are prompt in payment of your EMIs regularly. In 12th month, when you pay the amount, what will be your outstanding? Outstanding will be nil, definitely, correct? So
Right.
that is what our objective. Objective is nothing but set cell is nothing but my 12th month outstanding. The closing balance is my
Okay.
objective cell. Is it containing a formula? Yes.
Yes.
My principal amount, I mean EMI amount minus our interest. This is nothing but the closing balance, right? So here, now the moment I go for two value, how much value I'm expecting in this closing balance of 12th month? How much I'm expecting? Should be zero,
Zero.
right?
Zero.
Because if I keep
Yes.
on
Nil
paying,
amount.
closing balance should be zero. Now by changing cell, how this will become zero when I start paying my EMI, correct?
Yes.
So EMI is already referred to this cell. So that's why I'm taking this cell, or I could have taken this also, but I have referred to this cell.
G
That's
cell.
why I'm going to refer this cell over here. Now, when I go and click OK, just see the beauty. Excel will do its own iteration and calculations and throw the result. So if you are willing to pay this 5 lakhs loan amount in 12 months EMIs, then your EMI will be 44,424. And at the end of 12th month, your balance will be nil. Can you see that?
Yes.
This is what you can make use of this goal seek also there.
Okay.
Right. So how to make use of our goal seek, that we are clear people? Any doubt, any queries in this?
No.
Right. Fine then. So now we are going to discuss the next sheet is called data clean 1. So here we are going to discuss something data cleansing activity, that is again essential things when you download the data from SAP, ERP, always there are a lot of challenges we face. So this is one of the challenge we are going to discuss now. So once you have this data clean sheet open on your screen, then you can notice we have got many more errors in place, people, like hash division, hash name, hash reference, all this kind of errors we come across so many times. And that generates a lot of curiosity amongst us to know why there are so many errors. And when you go back to the back end, I mean the data set, whatever it is, the source data you can call it the backside data, then we understand that these errors are because of data absence or format incompatibility or case sensitivity. But technically, this is not playing any role, and we ignore this. And when our problem starts, when you send it across to the next level as it is, there people asking a lot of questions. Prabhas, why there are so many errors? Then again, living my day-to-day activities, I have to keep explaining. The errors are because of this XYZ reasons. But still people are not convinced. What kind of question they ask? They say, if this is the case, then the error has to be uniform. Why there are varieties or different types of errors? Now I am speechless. Why there are varieties of errors? So this is what the unwanted things. This is what the duplication of work. This is what the unwanted discussion we are making it now. So to avoid such things or to stop people asking unwanted things, this is our primary duty. Whenever we dispatch the data, we should do the right treatment of our errors. Then only people will not ask further questions. So now the objective is, in this data set, wherever errors are there, we need to replace with a text called NA. So how to do that? In that case, our expert suggests us, Pravas, you can go for find and replace. But find and replace will help you only replacing one value at a time. We have got multiple errors. So that many times we have to roll on this activity of find and replace, and that is time consuming. So how to replace all these errors at once with a text called NA? That is what our objective. Let's go for that. Keep our cursor anywhere in the data. Go for Control A, Control A. Then go for Control G, G for gamma. So it will take you to the go to dialog box. Control G. Then here you will be finding an option called our special. So when you go for this special tab, you will be finding go to special dialog box is activated, where a constants option is there. Constants. So kindly select that. And having the selection with constants, please deactivate numbers, text, logicals. I repeat, having the selection with constants, deactivate numbers, text, and logicals. Then once you click OK with immediate effect, you will be finding from the entire data set only those error-driven cells are in selection. Now leave your touchpad, leave your mouse, immediately type NA. Wherever you are typing, no worries. But if you are interested to see whether I'm typing properly or not, you can look at your formula bar. So your formula bar will be giving you the information over here, whatever you are typing. Now, once it is done, go for Control Enter. So when you go for Control Enter, all these error-driven cells are replaced with the text called NA. Now, last step, don't forget, go to your Home tab and color those cells. And why to color them? Because to put a legend in the bottom saying that yellow colored cells are nothing but error driven cells replaced with NA. So by reading your legends, everybody can understand what is happened with those cells and why it is showing as NA. And you can stop people asking unwanted questions. So this is called our error treatment or error management or the part of our data cleansing activity. Whenever you receive the data, you have to do it.
Prabhas, one doubt.
Yeah, yeah, please.
Still, the till NA, I mean, I select Control A and I selected Control G, special. I unselected, I mean, constant. I unselected numbers, text to logicals. I kept only errors alone, and I given OK. And this errors part alone highlighted. Na? So this from this I need to what I need to do. Tell me.
Yeah, from that, once it is highlighted, leave your mouse, leave your touchpad, type immediately NA,
Yeah.
and then Control Enter.
Yes. Yes.
Now go to Home
Okay.
tab. Now going to Home tab, fill color, give some colors to that.
Yes.
So this is
Yeah,
it.
got it.
Right, right. So I believe everybody's clear with our steps, people, what we did for error management.
Yeah. Prabhas, one more question.
Yeah,
If ever there's this empty cell in, like, you can see it on row 9.
yep,
Like, how do you, I mean, it's like, the value is not entered.
right, right,
How do we, like, having so many cells, how do we highlight those?
right. Don't worry. We are going to discuss that.
Okay.
So error management, I believe everybody's clear what we did. Can I take that?
Uh, I have one doubt.
Yep.
Uh, I got the result,
Hmm?
but I'm unable to highlight those. If I'm not wrong, after putting Control Enter, that NA cells was selected, and then we applied fill color.
Right,
Okay, understood.
right. Fine then. So I'm glad everybody has followed it properly. Now, the next treatment is if you look at our data set, people, there are many more cells. We have got the blank cells. Now, the objective is wherever the blank cells are there, I need to replace those cells with a text called nil, N-I-L. So how to replace those cells with nil? Let's go and discuss. So again, the same we think to practice. So keeping your cursor in the data, go for Control A. Then what's the step? Can anybody recall that?
Control
Control
G.
G.
Your Control G,
Special.
then special.
Special.
Special, then
Yeah.
constants.
No, 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 no. No more constants. Now we have a ready-made options called blanks because we are going to deal with blanks. Right. So when I go for these blanks options to select and click OK with immediate effect from the entire data set, only blank cells are alone going to be selected. Now, if you want to highlight, you can color them. If you want to fill some text, as we were discussing, what is the text we are expecting? Nil. So go and type nil and Control Enter. So once you go for Control Enter, all the blank cells are replaced with nil text. But the last step, as I told you, go to Home tab, color them with some different color and put the legend in the bottom, stating that the green color cells are nothing but the blank cells replaced with the text called nil. So anybody, whoever is watching your data, they can read the legends and they can understand what you have done with this data sets, why it is so colorful over here. So this is how we have done with our story of data clean 1. Whenever you receive your data, you must do all these necessary treatments for your errors, for your blanks, and then make it ready for next level.
Prabhas, can you tell me once again this? I selected everything that blanks I selected. Till then after that.
Right. Once you go for this, Control G, then you have gone for special, then go for blanks, enter. And once you see all the blank cells selected, leave your mouse, leave your touchpad, type nil, N-I-L, and Control enter.
Oh,
Then
yes.
go for home
And
tab,
color.
color them. That's it.
Yes, sir. Thank
Yeah.
you. But same thing we can implement through this find and replace also. But two times we need to do no the same thing.
Of course, not only two times. For errors, you have to do multiple times because we had got different types of errors. Hash NA,
Okay.
hash
Okay.
nil.
Okay.
So that's why we have opted this method. And there are a lot of things are there. It's not only about this. There are many more things are there. I just took it to highlight those things you can see also. The moment I go for special, what are the things you can select at once? If you want to select the last cell, if you want to select some objects, if you want to select only the cells which is having the conditional formatting only, if you want to select those cells which is having the formulas only, if you want to select those cells only having the drop down list, if you want to select only those cells which is visible on the screen, so all these things you can do from this only.
Okay.
Okay, right. So I believe our friends all are clear with data clean 1. Can I go further?
Yes. Prabhas,
Yep,
could you please share types of errors? Not right now, but in the end of the session. Types of
sure.
errors. I mean, uh, somewhere it was number, somewhere it was
Uh-huh.
reflecting name,
Okay,
volume, hash.
right,
So,
right, absolutely. No worries. I will send it across.
okay.
Yeah. Now we'll go for over here. The next one is data clean 2. So here, let me first take it to the data so that everybody can connect with it. The first thing is people, whenever we download the data from our SAP or ERP system, we always face a challenge or trouble with regard to two areas. One, the numbers will not be in number format. Second, the date will not be in date format. This has always been challenging. Now, our job starts over here. Unless and until we clean the data, we cannot work further. So we have got some data like this. Suppose say take an example. My boss asked me, Prabhas, get me entire fixed asset register from SAP. So I gave my respective T codes. I generate a report. I found near about 1 lakh records. It comes in the format like we have got asset code. We have got asset description. We have got asset class. In SAP, we maintain the group class and all those things. And this is the column where you'll be facing the first challenge. What is that? The column is containing the numbers, but it is not in number format. So now you can ask me a question, Prabhas, how did you identify that? Simple. If you look at the column in the top right corner, there is a green color flag symbols over here, right? So those green color flag symbols are nothing but over here. It is stating a simple message that this column data either in text or general format. But if you want to identify the format, I told you how to identify. You can simply go to home and you can see the result over here. This is showing me over here text, correct? So now how to clean up the data and get the results? Our experts, they will suggest you, Prabhas, don't worry, go and select, go to this yellow color button and choose convert to number. This is what they suggest us. And we follow them, no problem. Now, in this format, if you go for it, what is going to happen? This option is going to work only with limited row items, 10, 20, 30, 40, max to max 50 row items. It will going to work like a charm. But we have got 10,000 records like this. And if you have opted this method, you will be inviting so many troubles. So what kind of problems? Like Excel not responding, Excel is restarted, Excel stopped working, Excel is crashed, Excel screen is grayed out, or Windows is hanged. All these problems we have encountered so many times. Do you agree on that?
Yes,
Yes,
Prabhas.
it happens. Yeah, true.
So many times. So this is one of the reason, people. So we are not going to opt this method. So what is the best options then? Let's go and discuss, work together. So keep your cursor on the first value of your asset class column, and then Control Shift down arrow key to select the entire column. Then go to our data menu. We have an option called text to columns. We have an option called text to columns. And when you go for text to columns over there, you will be finding a box appears, and there you don't need to go for anything. Straight away go for finish button. So when you go and click the finish button, the entire green color flag symbols are removed from the column and the data is now in number format. You can consider, you can do all your respective calculations and it is going to work fine. So this is the best way to clean up the data and solution for the first problem or SAP over there. Hope this is clear, working for everyone. Green color flag symbols removed.
Pravas, I have a query here.
Yeah, please.
See, this is only one column where we have just used the text column and remove the the flags, the error flags.
Right,
Suppose in a data set, in different columns and in different rows, we have the same error
right.
error flag. So in that case, how will you use the text to column? Because in those cases we cannot use text to column, right? Because different
Absolutely
columns,
right.
different column and different cells will be having the error flag.
Right, absolutely right what you're saying. So in that case, we have only challenge is we have to do it manually one by one because text to column option doesn't respond for multiple columns if you select.
Okay, okay.
And technically, very rare case is going to happen like this because in most of the SAP records will be having maximum two, three columns or five columns will be having the numbers. Rest of things will be in text. So certain text, certain things, as you said rightly, if it is there, then it is really challenging and painful, and we have no other option left except doing it manually.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
welcome. Yes, people. So we have got our first problem solution ready, correct? Now, coming to the extreme right, you can see there is a column called year. And in this column year, people, you can find there is this hash value kind of error tags already there. If you go to random any cell and open the formula, you can notice there is already a year formula embedded over there. And in our day one, we have already discussed there was a year formula in Excel we discussed already. So now the question is, my year formula is dependent upon my date column. So definitely my date is not in proper date format. That's why year is not fetching the value we have understood. So now keep your cursor in the first date of the date column and select the rest. And when you go for this over here, what happens if you look at your date column? What is the thing is happening? What is the problem we have? Can you identify that?
The date is separated with dot.
Absolutely right. So ideally, we know we have discussed in our day one what could be the ideal date separators we should take. Should
Dash
be,
or slash.
yeah, the hyphen or dash, or you can select the forward slash, not the backslash. That's what we discussed in day one. So now our first job is go for Control H. So Control H will be giving you find and replace command both. Control F only for find, but Control H for find and replace both. Now find what? Find dot. Replace with what? There are two options. So which one we should take? Hold on, first tell me. Replace with what I'm supposed to take.
Hyphen.
Why not slash? Because both the options are allowed.
Yeah.
So you can take anything out of those two, but I
Yeah.
would suggest always look at your bottom right corner of the system. You take your system date format, your system date separator. What is that? In my system, it is hyphen. That's why I will go for hyphen. So I'll not be facing any further trouble. Now, if your system is of slash, you can take slash over here. And finally, go for replace all. And when you go for replace all with immediate effect, it will show the result 1658 replacements done. OK. And close this find and replace. Now entire data is cleaned. Right? So this is how we have understood our problem number 2. If the date is not in proper date format, how to clean them over there and make our data ready for the next level. Is it working?
Yes, Prakash.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody's having still the trouble? Anybody's having still the unclean data with them?
No.
Sir, can you show it again, please?
Sure. You can go for you're selecting the date column, whatever you have, and then Control H. Find what? Find is the dot. You can use the full stop command over here. Replace with whatever the separator of your system date format, you must use that. So in my system format, it is using hyphen as the date separator. So I have used hyphen over here. Then replace all, and it will be showing the result 1658 replacements have been done. So you can close the command clicking OK. Done.
Prabhas?
Yeah.
I'm clear about this one. The previous one you told no that asset class something we need to you did one thing. Can you tell me once again?
Sure. You can go to your asset class column. Simple. You just select the data over there and go for your data menu. There is an option called text to column. Data menu text to column. You have to just open that and then click finish. Here, no need to do any changes. Click finish.
I don't have that text to. Ah, yes, sir.
It will be there in data.
Yeah, yeah.
Group is data tools is the group and option name text to column.
Okay, okay.
Then click finish.
Selected.
Yeah, click finish.
Okay, so to remove this the unwanted flag, so
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Why that kind of that flag is coming?
Is the
Yeah, I
default.
mean,
That's the default format. In any SAP data you are working with, the numbers are always stored in a text format so that there won't be a data loss.
no, especially if any cell-wise comments, if you are giving those comments will store like that. But
No. Comments is different. See, I'll tell you. Kindly look at my screen.
Okay.
If I have got some data over here, I want to comment. Comment will be on the right side. Can you see?
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
called comment. This is called comment. Okay.
Okay.
Now, if I go and present my data in this format over here, take an example, and if my data is there in a text, this will be called your text. So green color flag symbol in coming up in the left. So this is the data stored in text.
Okay.
So comment is different from this flag symbol. So this green color flag symbols stores your data in text message. That's why it is showing like this.
Okay. Got it. Understood.
Yeah.
Prabhas, any shortcut
Yes.
for this? If I select the whole column and instead of going to data, there any shortcut key for this?
Yes, of course, we do have. We can go for Alt, A, and E for text to column.
Okay. Okay.
Now, once we have cleaned up our data, people, over here, the first question arises, how will I confirm that in my entire 10,000 records, my data is cleaned. I cannot just take the scroll bar and keep scrolling over here like this to check each and every cell whether my data is cleaned or not. That's very tedious process. So the best way to check whether my data is cleaned or not is you can simply go for activating filter. So go for Control Shift and L to activate and deactivate filter. It's the same command. It's a toggle key. So if I go and activate my filter, what I need to check, let me take you through. Going to the date column filter, you need to check in this filter area whether I do have any errors in there. You can scroll this. So instead of scrolling this 10,000 records, you can scroll only maximum 10 to 20 records and this will be working fine. And if there is any blanks or any errors, any dates or any hash value, any kind of errors is there, do let me know. So anybody is having such kind of things in the date column? If you go for filter,
No progress.
right, then data is cleaned. Now, coming to the year column, again check the same process. In the filter, do you see any errors in this area? Not have, then the data is cleaned. If you have, do let me know. I have the options to make it clean further.
I have one error.
In which column? In the date or year?
Here.
Okay,
Year.
what is the error it is showing? Hash value?
Hash value.
Okay, okay. So here what you need to do, those people still they are having the errors in the year column, they have to follow this procedure. Please stay focused. Keep your cursor in the first date value of your date column. Select the rest. And then go for data text to column or Alt AE, whichever it is comfortable. And then in this, you have to go for next. No need to do any changes, directly go for next. After first next, then again one more next will come where the delimiters options will be there. No need to change anything. Direct go for next. In the third tab, you will be finding the column data format. It is showing general. So here we need to go for instead of general, you have to go and change it to date. And when you go and change it to date, you can notice there is an option drop down is showing called DMY. If it is showing DMY, you should go for MDY. If it is showing MDY, you have to change it to DMY. This is the only change you have to do. And the moment you see there is a finish button over here, you have to click the finish button. And this is going to work fine. Now you can check in your year column. Do you see any further errors over there?
No, Professor. Now it's clear.
Yes. So this is how people we have understood that whenever we have the data downloaded from SAP system, we have to go and clean our data in this format. So that's the story of our data clean to. Any doubt, any queries, anybody?
Yeah,
Yes,
Prabhas, I
Pravas.
have a
Why the
Yeah, no problem. One by one.
Yeah, Pravas, why the year column is having a comma after
Yeah,
one digit?
yes, that we are going to discuss. No problem.
Okay,
Before
okay.
that, anything, whatever we
Mm,
discussed, any doubt?
I also have same doubt.
Yeah,
And one more thing, could you please explain usage of delimiters?
delimiters. Okay. See, those things actually it is going to help you in separating the data. So data separating purpose, you have to use delimiters. So text to limit delimited, and you have to go for some time fixed width. You have to deal with that. I will take 1 minute time to explain that. Don't worry. Now, before that, to complete this task, if you see, if you have the problem with the years, of course, years cannot be ever expressed having the comma separator in place. So years, we have to have always a plain text, and def, if you have the separators called comma, comma is allowed only for currencies and numbers, not with the years. So what we need to do, we have to clean up our data again. So keeping your cursor in the first value of year, select the rest, and then, as I told you in day one, to convert any format to number format, what was the shortcut? Anybody?
Control Shift 1.
Control Shift.
Control Shift 1.
One, very good. Any format to date format?
Control Shift 3.
Control Shift, I think hash.
Three. Yeah.
Three. Control Shift.
Control
Three.
Shift 3. Yes. To convert any format to percentage format,
5.
Control Shift 5. Similarly, to convert any format to general format, can you
First
see
one.
there is a, yeah,
Yeah.
Control Shift and tilde. This is the tilde symbol you can see over here. So this symbol we have to use, we have to hit along with our Control and Shift. So Control, Shift and tilde will be helping you to convert any format to general format. Check it out. Is it working? Right? So now my data clean 2 sheet is completely cleaned, and we have done make it as error free, and it is ready for the next level. So here one thing Priyanka asked, that delimiter, what is the uses of that? Let me take you through. See, suppose say take an example, I have got my employee names over here, over there, and I need to segregate the first name as one column, last name as other column. So what we do, we select our data, we go for data menu, text to column, and there we have to use delimited. Why delimited? Because if your data is containing a separator, it can be anything, a space, comma, colon, at the rate sign, any other symbols, if that is there, and that is going to help you in separating your data, you must go for delimited. So these are the called delimiters, space, comma, hyphen, underscore, slash, all this calls as delimiter. So since we have a space delimiter, we have to go for delimited. And the moment I click next, I need to select based on the data, what is that delimited I have? I have space. So can you see now immediately one column separator is added in my data preview box. And my data is not separated by tab, so I must deactivate this. Then going to next, it demands whether you need to change your source data itself or you want to retain the source data, but the data separation you want to happen in the next column. So if you want to maintain the source data as one column and data separation you want to execute in the next column, you must change your destination. Instead of A12, we should make it as B12. So this is what the destination box we need to change. And the moment you click finish, with immediate effect, you will be finding your data is segregated or data is separated. So this is called our data menu options, whatever we have, naming called over here text to column and option name delimited. Hope this is clear, Priyanka, for you. Right?
And Prabhas, if I want to club Hari and Sadhu together,
Yeah, you can go for combine the same with ampersand is equal to first name, ampersand, then space within two double inverted quotes, again ampersand last name.
okay.
So Priyanka, able to hear me?
Yes.
Is it clear? Text to column you
Yes.
asked?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now this is called text to column delimited. Now one more option is what is there if you ask me what is fixed with Prabhas. Okay, I'll tell you. Suppose say I have got some customer codes over here. Okay. And customer code, our vendor code, employee code in SAP system, always it is of alphanumeric combination. Now suppose say my boss asked me, Prabhas, get me alphabets in separate column, numeric in separate column. So what I can do, same text to column only, but here what I do, I will not go for delimited because we do not have any kind of delimiters over here in data to separate. So when we want to make our own definitions to separate the data, then go for fixed width. So fixed width, I'll go for next. So first selection with the fixed width, then I go for the next. Then it is asking this in data preview box, how your data to be separated. So suppose I take an example. After alphabet, I want to keep the rest of the data in separate column. So I will take my mouse pointer. After alphabet, I'll click once. So a column will be added. Can you see? Now, likewise, if I want another two characters, one more column, another two characters, one more column like that, I can keep creating by hitting left click of my mouse. So left click of my mouse one time to activate column. Double click of your left click is nothing but to deactivate those columns. So this is how you can add, you can delete those columns. Now, once we have made it over here, then we go for next. So when I go for next, here this is again the destination box. It is to be changed because the data what we have over here in A19 I don't want to disturb. So I'll remove this entire thing. I'll start with B19 and I'll click finish. My data is separated. So this is called our fixed width. So what is delimited? What is fixed width? Hope this is clear.
Yes.
And what we have any in like zeros in front of a numeric thing, Prabhas.
Yeah.
So like
So
for a few invoice numbers, it would be like 0001.
right,
Yeah.
absolutely. So
When
in our
we do
case,
a
if you
text to
take
column, it would remove the zeros, right?
absolutely.
Yeah. So how can we keep that zeros and clean the data?
Right. So what we can do, the best option is over here. While you are returning the values, take an example. I'm doing the same thing one more time. Okay.
Uh-huh.
If you go for same text to column, next. So I have got fixed width. I'll go for next. Then I'll change this over here next. So here my problem is in this column, my zeros are getting eliminated, correct?
True.
If you
Exactly.
recollect. So
Yes.
what I need to do now is over here, when I go for this text to column, over here, fixed width, next. Then I check this column, okay. Then I go for next. And this column I need to select from this upper half of the data.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to change the destination, yes. And when I go for this, now this column data, whatever it is in black background color is there, I need to convert into text. I don't
Okay.
want to be in general. I have to convert to text. So whatever you select and become text over here, then finish, automatically it will retain the zeros.
Super. Got it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
welcome. Yes, so text to column delimited and text to column fixed width. Priyanka, is it working for you? Clear? Understood?
Uh, Prabhas, how can we use delimiters, semicolon and columns?
See, that is there in the option itself. If you go for the data delimiters, then
Hmm.
you have got the next. And can you see the others? In others, you can type anything, whatever the anything is not listed over here, semicolon, comma, tab, and space. Apart from this four, anything else is there like at the rate symbol, underscore, slash, or if you have any other characters, you can select other and you can type it over here. All right.
Okay. Space other one. Okay.
Now, Let us go for our next is data clean 3. So now I'm going to take you through a beautiful concept of our Microsoft Excel. Okay, but before that, let me give you a scenario in a story format so that everybody can connect with that. Most of the time, what it happens, people, we receive our data in different platforms. Like sometimes we receive in Notepad, Word document, or WordPad, or MS Access database, or PDF format of the data, or SQL table of the data, or CSV format. So there are many more formats we receive our data. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, when you see the other format of data, data seems to be well organized, well tabulated, well formatted, and it looks neat and clean. When you copy that data to your Excel to analyze, okay, and the moment you paste, our problem starts. What happens? It goes completely haywire. It scatters the data like anything. Automatically, your column width will increase. Automatically, row height will increase. All these problems we encounter so many times. And our problem starts unless and until we gather all the data at one place, we cannot work further. And this is the place where we spend our premium time. Trust me. Do you agree with that? So many times you would have come across this kind of situation, people.
True.
Now, in that case, how to deal with? So we have got some data, something like this. Now I am going to take two names from our group, say our friend Arun and Chandrasekhar. So Arun and Chandrasekhar, if I take your names for the story, is that okay? Any objection?
Yeah, it's okay.
No worry.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, suppose say take an example. Our friend Chandrasekhar, he is working in a bank portal. In his laptop, he is working in a bank portal, taking a software, bank software, and where you could see that the bank name, bank account number, bank code, everything is well tabulated or well organized data. And he has exported that data to the Excel format. And he has closed that bank portal. And when he is watching that Excel file, he could see that the entire data is dumped into this format. Like everything dumps into a single cell like this, and like this 10,000 entries are there. Then Chandrasekhar felt for a while this is not my cup of tea and this data is of no use. So immediately he called to Arun, who is one of his teammates. And he asked to Arun, Arun, can you just do me a favor? I have got 10,000 records like this. I am expecting only the bank code alone to be extracted in next column. So please do that for me. So this is what Chandrasekhar asked to our friend Arun. So Arun, what will be your plan on this? How you are going to execute this?
I'll try with delimiters. If not
Okay,
working, then
fine.
any
So
other
we'll,
option.
fine, no problem. We'll go for delimiters. As you said, I'll go for immediately in front of you. So delimited, next, I'll go for space over here. If I go for finish, what happens? So bank code somewhere columns, it comes in H, somewhere in G, somewhere in F. Again, I need to work one by one. So it doesn't make any sense. You can see that, right?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Right. So what is any other options, Arun? Or bring a friend to Arun. Anybody would like to share a helping hand?
I think we can use the flash fill option here.
Okay. How to use that? What is Flashfill exactly?
Like we would be copy pasting one or two uh, the things which we, like the PAN code which we need from the
Mhm.
ANZ that one and the NATAU the whole thing, and we would be clicking on the flash fill option which
Okay.
is available in data.
Okay. Okay. Great. Anybody else would like to give any options? Can we take right formula?
Yes, that could also be taken.
So let's go and take the right formula. If I go for right formula to extract certain characters from the right side of my data, because I could sense that all the places my bank codes is at the extreme end or the right side of the statement. So how many characters I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if I go for 8 characters over here, I could see my bank codes has come up, no problem. But all the places, do I have the same number of characters for the bank code? If you see this, what happens? So this is not going to work, definitely. So one thing for sure, our text to column and write formula. It is not working for us. So far, we have seen that it has worked for us quite good, but today it is failing because our data is not of consistent type. And these options are designed only to deal with the data which is of consistent type. That is the only problem. Can you understand that, people?
Yes.
So, in this case, when the data is of inconsistent type, what is the options we have? Now, suppose say take an example. Our friend Arun has taken the help of say Patanjali, and Patanjali has given a lengthy formula over here, which is if combination of len, mid, find, if error, all this kind of formula combinations it is there. And finally, it is not ending up with parentheses, it is ending up with the curly braces, which is completely beyond the understanding of our friend Arun. Do you agree with me, Arun?
Yes, yes, exactly.
This happens so many times in this kind of formula. So without understanding logic, now our friend Arun, he doesn't want to proceed further. But what happens? Patanjali is already occupied with his work. He is unable to explain the logic at this time. So now, without understanding the logic, when you apply, again, this somewhere it works, somewhere it fails, because our data is of inconsistent type. So this is the problem, friends. Now, when this is not working, our friend Arun got frustrated, completely annoyed, and he left everything and he came back to the original track. What is that? Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Now imagine 10,000 cases, how long it will be taking for him? Minimum 3 to 4 hours. Trust me. Do you agree with that?
True.
So this is the place where, when our friend Arun took time of 4 hours to do this task, there is a question mark is about his productivity and efficiency. And that is going to give a negative remarks in the KRA report. And when KRA report is negative, it is going to give an impact in the appraisal form also. Do you agree with that? This is a kind of complete chain reaction.
Yes, yes.
So in this place, my friends, when 4 hours of job can be done just in 10 seconds, is it going to help a lot of saving time? Isn't it?
Yes.
So let's see now how to save our time while doing this kind of tedious process. So first thing first, I will delete my column C. First watch for 1 minute on my screen what I'm doing. Then you will go and do the same. Don't worry, I'll be giving time for you. First watch and observe. First, I have deleted my column C. Then I have gone to my column B. I could notice that every case my bank code is at the end of the statement. So I have taken one instance from one example from that. I have copied the same, Control C. I have gone to the next column and pasted Control V. And then I have gone for a simple keyboard shortcut, Control E. See the beauty. With immediate effect, like a magic show, entire data as it is, it has just extracted for entire 10,000 rows. You must be thinking, was what is this Control E? Quite surprising. Why we have never used that? Why we are never aware of that? This is nothing but one artificial intelligence tool of our Microsoft Excel called Flashfill. And this is available only in 2013 and above versions of Excel. If anybody is using 2010, this will not be there. Only thing is you have to upgrade your system, people. So just check it out. Is it working? Confirm.
Yes, it's working.
Okay.
प्रभास सर इट्स वर्किंग
Yep.
बट ये जो ग्रीन मार्क आ रहा है वो क्यों आ रहे हैं एक्चुअली?
हाँ, क्योंकि यहाँ पे हमारा बैंक कोड नहीं है और जो
ओके।
लास्ट में जो डेटा था आफ्टर द लास्ट स्पेस वो उसको उठाया। तो एक्सेल को पता नहीं चलता है कि कौन सा बैंक अकाउंट नंबर है और कौन सा बैंक कोड है। ये क्या करता है? सिर्फ एक पैटर्न को फिल करता है। पैटर्न कैसा बनाता है कि डेटा के अंदर जो लास्ट स्पेस था उसके बाद जो डेटा था उसको उठाना है बोल के
Right.
उसने इंस्ट्रक्शन बनाया। तो
Yes, yes.
जहां पे आप देख रहे हो कि आपको ग्रीन कलर फ्लैग सिंबल मिल रहा है, इट्स अ सिंपल मैसेज कि वो सब सेल में बैंक कोड नहीं है और जो डेटा आया वो टेक्स्ट फॉर्मेट में स्टोर हो रहा है। इसके वजह से ये सब ग्रीन कलर सिंबल्स आ रहे हैं।
Okay, thank you.
Yes, people. Now, I believe Flashfill is working for everyone. Any questions from anyone as such?
If the required data is somewhere in between, not on the right hand side, and we copy the data,
Okay.
does Flashfill work on that?
Shimla will be working on that. Don't worry. Give me just 2 minutes time. But right now we are just discussing what is Flashfill, how it operates. Is that clear? That's what my question now.
Yes, it's working.
Okay. Okay. Now, coming to Flashfill. Flashfill you cannot apply with any type of data. To apply Flashfill, people, we need to follow 4 rules. Very, very essential. Stay focused. I will explain the rule one by one. You just watch my screen, understand the concept. If at all anything is missing, you are not clear, feel free to ask me then and there. But before that, one thing I would like to tell you that this is the keyboard shortcut, Control E, called Flash Fill. Okay. Now, suppose say you have the tendency to forget your keyboard shortcuts if you're not using. So you have a fear in your mind. What if I forget this keyboard shortcut? Where can I find the same in the menu driven command? You can go to your home tab. There is a option, a down arrow key symbol called fill after sigma. And here you can see there's an option called flash fill. This is location number 1. Home tab, fill, flash fill. Are you getting the same?
Yes.
Location number 2, you can go to data menu also. Here also we do have an option called flash fill. After text to column, this is the option you can see called flash fill. Okay. So this is how there are 2 locations you'll be finding the same flash fill operation. Now, let me take you through, as I told you, the rules for our flash fills, people, which is very, very essential. So please stay focused on my screen. Rule number 1, ensure that there is a blank column next to data column. Means if my column B is having the data, column C has to be blank. If column C is also having the data, you must insert a blank column. That is what the first rule. Ensure that there is a blank column next to any column. Okay. Patanjali, if you could you please put your mic on mute. It
Oh,
is picking up.
sorry.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. That's fine. It happens. Thank you. So now, second rule is says that after flash fill, after flash fill, make paste special values. What does it mean? Like we have extracted our data. We need to select, we need to copy, right click, paste special one option turns up. We need to click that. And then there is an option called values. And I need to click OK. Is it really necessary? Yes. If you do not do so, suppose today you have used Flashfill, you got your data extracted and you saved the file. Tomorrow when you reopen, this data will get changed automatically. So that is the reason why to safeguard our data, the second rule it's mandatory. After Flashfill, make paste special values. Now, rule number 3. After step 2 only, after step 2 only, create your data header. Like what does it mean? See, if I have just got my data header first I have created, like take an example, here I have created the bank code and then I am trying to use flash fill. This will not work properly. Reason, bank code will be decided as your base data by Excel and this is not going to create the pattern properly. And this is the reason why first thing first, first you go and create your data. then use paste special value, then you go for creating the data header naming called bank code. Rule number 4, ensure there is no formula on data column. Like if my data column is blank and at column B, in column B there should not be any formula. If you have any formula, Flashfill will not work. So you have to do one thing, copy paste special value, then only you have to go for operating with your Flashfill rules. So these are the rules, friends, you have to always keep in your mind. I'm copying and pasting in the chart box over there. All right. So please go through the rules. Any doubt, any queries, if you have, you ask me. Make sense?
Prabhas, one thing,
Yep.
when I tried to do the same thing once again, like it isn't allowing the zeros to be populating, like the numbers are itself which are coming out for this as well. So is there any option to be considered or to be done while doing this?
No, no problem. If you are not getting that, you can select your data. As I told you, go for Alt AE, text to column, next, next, and here you change it to text
Okay,
and click finish. So automatically all the numbers will be stored, including the zeros also.
okay, I'll try that. Thank you.
Yes, people, any other questions as such, whatever we discussed, is it clear? Can I take that? Yes, people, can we go further? Could you please confirm the chat box? Why for yes, everything is good.
Yes.
Great. Now, as we discussed, rules are clear. Control E works with Flashfill. Bank code we have extracted. Definitely yes. Now, the question is how this Flashfill works. See, as I told you, Flashfill is nothing but it is one of the artificial intelligence tool. We are not defining any logic of ours over here. It creates its own logic and it will vary case to case. There is no standalone answer for this. But in our case, how it operates, how it works, I can help you out in understanding. See, when we created our first data, it understands that it creates a pattern that after the last space, whatever the characters are there, I should extract. First, it creates a pattern, and the same pattern it fills over here when I go for Control E. Okay, so now the question was arising over there by Silpa that if I want my bank account numbers to be extracted, which is there in the middle, can we do that? Yes, let's go and try. Let's see whether it is going to help us. But the rules, as I said you, first thing first, next to the data, the column should be blank. So let us go and create a blank column. All right. Now bank account number, you can see it's in the middle. I'll go and select like this, no problem. I copied that. I have come back over here. I have pasted. Then what is the keyboard shortcut?
Control E.
And when you go for this, are we getting our data?
Yeah, I mean, yes, we have got it.
Check it, please. Second one.
Yes, but the zeros are missing. See
Yeah.
in column 13. Yeah.
So this is what the trouble. So sometimes you may face this kind of trouble. So the first thing, the first question arises whether Flashfill is working. Yes, Shilpa, what's your opinion? Because this was your query first, so I would like to take your opinion first. So what you believe, Flashfill is working?
I mean, it's not copying exactly like, however it is in the data column.
No, it's a simple one-line answer. Yes or no?
No, not exactly.
Right. Well, now it's for the rest of our friends. What do you believe, friends? Flashfill is working or not?
It is working, but not appropriately. If it could pull the zeros as well, it is working.
So as I understand, it's yes.
Yes.
Okay. So technically, friends, Flashfill is working only. That's why we are able to get this data populated, right? So Flashfill is working, but the output format is not up to the mark or it is not matching with our desired format. So here we need to understand certain concept. So Shilpa, please stay focused since it is your query and rest of people also, it will be helping you out. So please stay focused. Some concept of our Excel we need to understand. See, whenever we are operating with Excel, when I'm trying to present my data over there, it stores the data numbers. Okay, so these are in number format, and if you look at, there are 10 characters are there. All the characters are visible. Yes.
Yes.
Right. Now, if I go back to the data and I increase one number, can you see all the characters are still visible?
Yes.
If I go back and increase one more number, now see the pattern. What happens? It is not showing the all the characters. So what you have understood, when you are storing your data in Excel in number format, it can hold only up to 11 characters of the data. If the character number exceeds 11 characters, it stores in a unreadable format. But now my question is, my problem is, I don't want the format. That is not my concern. I want my data to be visible. I want all the characters in the cells to be visible. In that case, what we need to do is we have to store our data over here by apostrophe. See, anything with apostrophe, when you store, it will be stored as a text and all the characters are visible. Even though there are 12 characters right now, still I could see all my data. So this is what the logic we need to apply whenever you are storing your data in the format of a text. And this is what I told you, the green color flag symbols, we have already discussed about that. Am I right? Now what I need to do, I will delete everything. I'm redoing again. Just check a look on the same. Say, I have gone for my data over here. No doubt. My data is over here. Say, take an example. This is my bank account number. I have copied, gone to the next column, and over here, what I need to do, I will go for first apostrophe, then I will paste. So as I told you, anything with apostrophe or single quote will be stored my data as a text. Now Control E. Now see the beauty, including zeros. Even though for the second case, if you see including zeros, all these zeros has been extracted. Now rule number 2. As I told you, select your data, copy the same, right click on the same, go for paste special. And when you go for paste special, we have to go for values. Click OK, and then the data will be stored and it will never get changed. Rule number 3, after step 2 only, we should go for creating the header bank account number. Right. So Silpa is clear. Even though you have the data in the middle, and as long as Flashfill is able to create a pattern, you can still extract your data. So please try that, people. Any doubt, any questions, please feel free to ask.
Prabhas, even if we can increase the column width, then it will show the entire number, right?
No, no, no. It's not like that.
Oh. Okay. So maximum allowed number is 11 only. If beyond the
Yes.
11 digits, so it will show in the unreadable format only.
Absolutely right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, people, everybody is clear with the bank account numbers extraction. Any doubt, any queries, or any questions running in your mind?
Prabhas,
Yeah.
could you please show it again?
Okay. Going to our data, then selecting this bank account numbers only, and then copying the same, going to the next column, and first defining apostrophe. Apostrophe in the sense, again, people get confused. They go for this tilde key apostrophe. This is not an apostrophe. So apostrophe is from the single quote, from this key, single quote. You have to generate that. And then you have to go for Control V. So this will be stored your data as a text. Then Control E to get your data populated. Now, once you get your data, you have to select, copy the same. Rule number 2, right click on the same, paste special and values. Then you can go and change the header, say our bank account number. So is it working for everyone, people? Could you please confirm so that we can proceed further?
Yes, it's working.
Yes, yes.
Right, right. Now, anything looks odd in this, you believe, as an audience? So this kind of green color flag symbols, if you have, don't you feel that this is really annoying?
Yes.
People may ask also. So what is the treatment you should give it for this? I'll tell you. You should select your data and you go to this yellow color symbol in the left side, and there do not go for convert to number, go for ignore error. So when you go for ignore error, immediately all these green color flag symbols will be removed. Okay. So this is how, people, we have understood how to make use of this flash fill over there. When your data is of inconsistent type and you need to extract your data, and 90% cases, trust me, this tool is really going to help you a lot in saving your time. And as I told you, Rules are always very essential. You have to keep in your mind, and the keyboard shortcut Control E. Now I'll take you through some more over here, which will be helping you out to understand where else I can use Flashfill. Just look at my screen, no need to do anything. If you remember, the moment we have gone for this data to combine, like first name and last name need to combine, we have used this ampersand command, right? This is what we discussed, correct?
Yes.
Now the same, see the beauty. I don't want to go for all these operations by combining the data and all this thing. That was the best option till yesterday when you have not attended this training. But today, when we are working with an upgraded version, see the beauty of what you need to do. You need to go to the next column, type the first instance, hurry space Sadu, Control E, done. No formula, no function. A simple keyboard shortcut is going to help you a lot. So this is how whenever there is a name to be combined also, you can go for this Control E. One more thing I'll tell you. When you had the data like this, you happen to separate them. We have used the column option text to delimited column options we have used text to column delimited. That was the best option till yesterday. But today, if you ask me, definitely I will not recommend for that also. So how I'll be working, I'll tell you. I'll go for next column. Suppose this is my data combined. I'll go to next column. I'll type hurry. Then next column, shadow. Hurry, Control E, shadow, Control E. Done. Two keyboard shortcuts, bang on, data is separated. Can you imagine how your speed is going to increase because of this flash fill? What's it?
This is an amazing one for sure.
Yeah, yes. So this is how people, as I told you, different scenarios you can use it also. But the first thing it should come to your mind anytime for any kind of data cleansing. Can I use Flashfill? If Flashfill is not operating or helping you out, then go for any other options. Now I'll take you through one more real-time situation. You will be definitely happy with that by looking at the same, and it will be changing your perceptions also. Take an example. Maybe it is there in this system or not. I have to check it out. Okay. Just give me a second. Okay, it's not there. So technically, there is one more operation where you're doing the BOM case, like bill of material case. When you download the reports from SAP or ERP or project wise, when you do the profitability analysis, when you want to do the VLOOKUP with the bill of material, metal code itself, there it will be more challenging because the metal code, whatever you generate, it always comes with some unwanted data, unwanted characters. And there also to do the data cleansing, you can make use of this option. So there are many more uses people. I mean, there are a lot of things you can do with Flashfill. Okay. So now I'm going to take you through the next step over here. It's called our data fill. Data fill. I'll close this. Now, when I go for data fill, this is my problem area. So for understanding I have created, you can delete that. Now, please have a look on the screen what I have. Let me put it in a story format so that everybody can connect with it. Suppose say I am in an industry where my products are the organic products, like I'm into food products manufacturing industry, where I'm producing custard powder, baking powder, corn flour, western jelly, all these products I'm selling to my customers. Okay. Suppose my boss asked me, Prabhas, get me this entire revenue report. So I have generated one report from SAP system. And I could see there are 1 lakh records. It comes up in this format, like different cities we are having the outlets, and these are the products I'm selling to my customers, and this is the revenue I have made. It complete report is there, 1 lakh line item. Now when I generate this report looking at the same, my boss is saying, Prabhas, I don't need this entire details, I just want to see only vanilla powder related records. What my boss is saying, out of 1 lakh records, he wants to see only vanilla powder related records. So what we do in that case? These people?
If there are no
Yeah,
spaces in between, you can filter it.
Simple. So requirement is filter. We have got enough data, and from that some specific data only people are looking at. So we should go for filter. So which column will be filtering? Product description. Do you agree?
Yes.
So what is the command we learned for filter?
Control Shift L.
Control Shift L. And when I go for this, I need to filter with product description. What I do need to first select all to deselect and vanilla powder to select. Okay, I did it. I clicked OK. I got my records ready. Fine. So do you agree with this, what I did?
Yes.
Fine. Now this is the way we apply filter.
True.
Then we should stop doing that. The reason is, I know it's something surprise for you, but yes, this kind of procedure, if you opt for filtering your data, this is not accepted. This will be accepted only if a standard 5 student who is the beginner of Excel or something he is looking at in the MS Office first time he is learning in his whole lifetime. Then if he is doing the job like this is accepted. But not like a professionals like us or not a skilled person like us, we should do the filter operation like this. So what is the best way to do the filter? I'll tell you. See the beauty. Which product my boss is looking at? Vanilla powder. So I'll take my mouse pointer to vanilla powder and right click upon the same filter selected by cell value. That's it. Go for it and check how quickly it is going to filter your data. Can you see that? Filter buttons are getting automatically activated and exact data what we are looking at that also getting filtered. So can you feel the difference with the mouse how it was so quick when you go for our Control Shift L one separate action, then going to navigate to the filter, select or deselect all these operations is no more wanted, right? These people, what's your opinion? Mouse option is quicker than the earlier one.
True. It's a smart move.
Yes, true.
Yes.
So sometimes mouse also act fast, but majorly all the places keyboard shortcuts are working better. But yes, certain things mouse is better. Yeah. So now I have presented these records. My boss is not happy. Why?
He
Wants
needs the
combined
total
record,
as well.
total as well.
The
Simple.
location is missing.
Yes, absolutely right.
True.
So in that case, can I ask a question in return to my boss? So why are you asking to do the job in installments? You could have asked me that get me Prabhas city-wise vanilla powder records. I could have done something. I could have got the records. First you asked me vanilla powder. I got it. Now again you are asking get me city-wise details. Can I ask such kind of things to my superior?
No, not really.
Definitely not. So in this situation, what you have understood, when people are asking, okay, vanilla powder related records, that was just a demand. But when we are presenting our records, we should have presented along with the city details. That was the expectation. So if you want to make a difference at your workplace, then you have to exceed the expectation. So now the question is, why I'm not getting the city details? Very simple. If you look at our data, store detail column, the city name is appearing only in the first row. Rest of cells are blank. And this is the pattern you are going to get when you download the data from SAP or ERP system. And why it is like this? Because if you get your data generated, the name repetitively over here in the column, the file size will be heavy. So So this is the reason why it will be there only in the first row. So it is a self-implied message. These are the products related to Mumbai, and this is meant for reading, but not for the calculations. So unless and until this store detail column, the data is filled up with the respective city details, you cannot work either filter, nor you can prepare a pivot table, neither you can go for creating a subtotal or anything. So nothing can be done. So first of all, our job is to make the data ready for the next level. How? First, keep your cursor in store detail column and select the entire column. So store detail column, keep your cursor and select the entire column. And once you select, go for Control G. We have discussed the same in data clean 1, if you remember. And then special, choose blanks. And when you select blanks over here and click OK, just watch your screen, don't do anything. Can you see? Only the blank cells are alone in selection from the entire data set.
Yes.
Right? Now, leave your mouse, leave your touchpad, immediately go for equal to. You can notice it will start typing in the first blank cell. Now just refer to the previous cell or just click the above cell from that equal to sign and hit Control Enter. And immediately you will be finding that entire store detail column will be ready with the respective city names for those blank cells. And job is done. Now, when you go for application of filter, say same vanilla powder, I'll go for filters selected by cell value. Along with the city details, the names are populating. So this is how, whenever there is a need, people, you need to go for this kind of data filling techniques. It's a time saving techniques, definitely. And you can make your data ready for the next level and you can do rest of your operations. So just check it out. Any difficulties in doing the job or anybody is not getting that, do let me know.
सर वहां आने के बाद कौन सी कमांड आती है? कंट्रोल
Enter.
कंट्रोल एंटर. ओके.
Once you have the blanks, then you have to type equal to type करना है, फिर उसका ऊपर वाला सेल रेफर करके कंट्रोल एंटर.
Can you show this step again?
Yep. So first you select your entire store detail column, what you have, then Control G, then special, then blanks, then OK. Leave your mouse, leave your touchpad, type equal to. तो ये आपके पहले ब्लैंक सेल में टाइप करेगा, फिर उसके ऊपर वाला सेल क्लिक करें और कंट्रोल एंटर. Job is done. Yes, Priyanka, it's working now.
Yes, it's working.
Yeah. राजेश, आपका हुआ?
So please repeat after selecting which option you are selecting.
After selecting Control G.
Control G. Okay.
Yeah. Then you have to get the special button will be there.
Yes. Yes.
If you click special, then it will go to special.
Okay.
Then in that blanks is there.
Yes, sir.
Select blanks and click OK. Now don't do anything. Watch your screen. Is it selecting only the blank cells alone?
Yes.
Now just type equal to immediately. Don't change your cursor anywhere. Type equal to. It will
Yes.
start typing in the first blank cell.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Now
Got it.
just click the above cell. Just click
Yes.
the above to the blank cell and hit Control Enter.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah. So this is how people, this is what most essential things whenever you download the data or huge data items from SAP or ERP system, sometimes we need to go for data cleansing like this. So this is what our data filling techniques. Any doubt, any queries in this? I guess everybody is clear.
Yes, Prakash.
Okay. Now, if you see in our right side, the same data is there. Just do one-time practice, whatever you have learned, and make it ready. Column G, you please make it ready with the respective values. It's the same data, nothing else. Just the techniques you practice, what you learned. And once it is done, please confirm in the message D for done.
Uh, Prabhas, so
Yeah.
instead of selecting the column, entire column, you need to select now. Any shortcut is there?
No, there is no shortcut because it's a non-contiguous cell. If data is there, you can select like simply selecting Control Shift down arrow key. But here, since we have the blanks in place, you cannot do with a keyboard shortcut. If you want, I can help you out with immediate selection. What you can do is you can keep your cursor in store detail column.
Okay.
Then take your mouse cursor to the scroll bar.
With pressing control.
No, nothing. Just
Okay.
keep your cursor in store detail cell. You select that
Okay.
cell. Then take your mouse pointer to the cursor to the scroll bar and bring
Okay.
it to the extreme bottom where you could see at least your last row item of that column.
Yes.
Now, go carefully. Only take your mouse pointer to the last cell. Don't click. Only take your mouse pointer to the last cell.
Yeah.
Then hold your shift button and press. So
Okay.
can you see the entire column is selected?
Yeah.
This is the best way to select. If you have the data in non-contiguous cell or if you have some blanks with regular intervals, so this is the way to select.
Okay, because I kept in the top G G1, so that it is coming like Mumbai, Chennai. I mean Mumbai is coming above, and Chennai is coming. So one location is missing. It's wrong data is coming. That's why.
Of course, you have your selection. You have to be alert. You cannot select from G1. You can select from only the data G3.
Yeah.
So G3, you keep your cursor, then you take the cell to the down, and then shift and click. Yes, Suresh, is it working?
Yeah. Now fine.
Okay, great. All right, so I got a confirmation from Rupali. How about the others people? Could you please respond in the chat box? D for done. Okay, so now we'll go to our next sheet. The name is called sorting. The sheet name is called sorting. Okay. So we'll discuss on that after a short break of 10 minutes. Okay. So you can have a brisk and come back soon. In my system, it is 4:30 p.m. We are going to meet again. So please be back by that time so that we'll discuss the rest. I believe everybody's back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Why for yes? Okay, so thank you so much for your response, people. Let us go for our next example over here, naming called the seed sorting. So let me take you through the data what we have with us. So we have got two set of data, so we'll go and work with one by one. So the first set of data, if you look at, suppose say my boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire employee related records. So I gave a respective T code in my system of SAP, and I found there are near about 10,000 records comes in this format. Like department name is there, employee name of people name is there, date of joining, and the salary detail. Complete picture is there, no doubt. But here, when I got this data, my boss is looking at the data and he's telling me, Prabhas, this data is of no use. Why don't you bring the data into a meaningful format by department? So why is so specific about the department? Let's go and discuss. If you look at our department, we have got the first department naming finance, second admin, third HR, fourth finance. Means data is there, but it is shuffled, it is jumbled. That's why he is asking me to arrange the data based on the department. So in that case, this 10,000 record, if I want to bring it into meaningful format, what I can do, I can go for a simple data arranging tool called sorting. And sorting is a tool which helps us in arranging data depending upon the data type. Like if you have the alphabets A to Z or Z to A, if you have the numbers smallest to largest, largest to smallest, if you have the dates oldest to newest or newest to oldest. So now sorting is something where you will be getting at three different locations of our data. Like in home, we have got sort and filter, right? In data, we do have sorting also over here. In right click on the data also, you'll be finding a sorting option, custom sort is available. So whichever it is comfortable for you, you can go for it. But if you ask me, I would always recommend go for the keyboard shortcuts, Alt D and S for data sorting. Okay, so let us go and keep the cursor in the data, Control A, Alt D S, one by one. If you just go and press, it will take you through a sorting dialog box like this. And here, sort by, you can go for our department since my boss is asking for department wise sorting the data. Yes. Now A to Z, let it be, click OK. And you can see immediately my data is sorted. Department wise data now it has grouped together. All right. So this is how we do sorting. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Prabhas.
Yeah. Now when I presented my records in this format, my boss is not happy. Why? So keeping yourself in the audience seat, if you look at your data, what is the thing missing? These people, can you give some view on that? Because we need to understand what is our data, what is the importance of the data, and which are the most essential column we need to present in our data set. If we have understood
So
that, definitely answer will be on.
we
Yes.
we can
The
give
strength of the
department.
department.
Just one by one, if you do not mind.
Sorry.
Yes.
The strength of
So
the
we can.
department.
Okay. Let me have a look. Yes. Ladies first. Yes.
I mean, the strength of the department.
Strength of the department. Like you want to make a count, how many people are there?
Yeah, might be the, I mean, as a cost center.
Okay. Anybody else?
Total budget of each department.
So total salary. So department wise, you want to make a total of salary. You want to
Yes.
make it something. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Anything else? Anybody? See, whenever you are looking at your data, first understand the importance of the column. Now, if you see in this piece of data, my boss has given me that emphasize upon the department because the department data was not sorted properly. So we did that. Now, once we did this job, then what is the next essential column? Name is not that much of playing a role. Date of joining is of least importance. And the final one is the salary. So he is looking at the salary and what is the expectation of him? I'll tell you. He is expecting that in each and every department, the highest salary should be appearing in the top and the lowest one should be in the bottom. That's what he's expecting. Okay, so if that is the case, then how to deal with? So this is called our multi-layer sorting or multi-level sorting. So to do a multi-layer sorting, select your data and go for same Alt DS. And you can notice already one layer based on the department is already sorted. You don't need to change that. You don't need to tamper that. There is an option called add label. You can select that. And now one blank layer turns up. You should take it as from the drop down, which column? Salary. And salary, what type of data it is holding? Numbers. And if numbers are there, what is the order? Smallest to largest, largest to smallest. Which one my boss is expecting? Largest to smallest. And the moment you click OK, you can see the beauty. Each and every department wise, the highest salary is there in the top and the lowest one is in the bottom. So this is how, whenever there is a need, you can go for multiple layer of sorting or multiple levels of sorting and get your data into a meaningful format. Hope that is clear.
Prabhas, I have a query here.
Yeah.
Will it work in so more than two column sorting techniques? Suppose in this case, department and name. I just want name also to be in ascending order of the thing, alphabets A to Z. Will it
Yeah.
work?
No, it will not possible. Logically, it is not possible because when we go for sorting, this is our label number 1. Then this is our label number 2. So when in this data label 2 sorting is on, then label 3 is not possible because label 3 will be dependent upon label 2. So
Okay.
level 3 on the employee name, now you cannot add the data with A to Z or Z to A order. This is not possible.
Okay. In this case, can I make level 2 as employee name and level 3 as a salary?
Yeah, that can be done. If you go for level 2 also over here, then level 3 again, this based on this changes how it is going to happen. Again, then name will be disturbed, right?
Yeah.
So this
No.
is
In
one
this case,
bottom line.
department
Yeah,
name will come first, and in
yeah,
that employee name will be in ascending order,
right.
and the salary again in the ascending order. The salary will be there in the ascending numbers.
It is not going to be happening. It is not
Oh,
going
that
to
will not
happen.
happen. Okay.
Logically, it is not possible. See, I'll show you immediately. The moment we go for this, suppose I take an example. We have gone for first department, then we go for employee name, A
Yeah.
to Z, no problem.
Yeah.
Now, when I go for this, my data is sorted in this order, no problem. But
Correct.
again, having these two setup of this column, and I cannot go for these two again sorted because if I sort this, this is going to be changed. So logically, that is not going to happen.
Okay.
So one bottom line is in this piece of data, further more sorting is not possible.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm glad you have asked that. That's a good question. So maximum in any sorting of options of the data, maximum up to 7 layers you can sort. Depends upon the data. So, but
Prabhas, one doubt, Prabhas. Data joining also, like based on the experience we can keep that we can align. Sort it.
yeah, we can align, but that is of least importance. See, when you see a data, first of all, there is a series of the columns definitely will be there, and the supremacy and the preference of the columns also it depends and differs. Now, if you see department wise, the primary level, since my boss wants to see the data, that's fine. Now, based on that, where the more impactful data is there is the salary. When the monetary comes on the financial angle comes, that is most preferable columns from any audience side, if you look at. Now, after that, you look at date of joining or the name of the employee you want to add it. That is a separate thing. But one thing you say, yes, department-wise total salary, that is essential, could be the case. But my boss has never demanded, so I no need to create this. But if you want, you can give that, not an issue. That's an add-on.
Okay. So along with these two, we can give sort it out date of joining also. No? All three we can do at a time.
No, no. That is what Chandrasekhar also asked. You wanted to do another layer of sorting based on the employee name. That is not further possible because once you have this sorting over here, so department over here, then sorting based on the salary, largest to smallest, further sorting is not possible. Even though I try hard, add label, and if I go for employee name, and if I go for this, furthermore over here, what is going to happen?
Okay. Okay. So for sorting, there is a limitations. Only two or three only we can do.
No, 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 no. It depends upon the number of columns you have the data and maximum up to 7 layers of sorting you can add.
Okay.
That is,
Understand.
yes, yes. So now, once we have with all these things, people over here, take an example. We did all these things, whatever my boss was demanding, everything I did it over here. All right. Now, the question is, if I look at my data, I am presenting to my audience is not happy. Yes. We did not do anything wrong. Whatever it was a demand, we fulfilled all the demands, but still people are not happy. So my question is very simple. When we are spending our time, giving our efforts or giving our energy to the data, then what is the point when people are not happy, when they're not looking at our data at all, and they're not giving a compliment to our work at all, then what is the point of doing that? Do you agree with me? What say? So why people are not happy? Can someone identify the reason?
डिपार्टमेंट वाइज टोटल नहीं है अलग अलग.
Well, that was not a demand. That's what I told you. Department wise total, if you wish, we can give it. But my boss has never asked for that.
We
So,
can give the presentation as a table format.
that's a good thing. I can add it upon the entire data can be presented as a format as table, what we want in our day one. That's a good thing. I'm glad you're able to connect with that. Anything else? Well, I'll tell you. Whatever we did, it is just a simple sorting. Is there anything extraordinary efforts we made? Did you do something extraordinary job over here? What's up, people? And sorting is
No.
something anybody's job. Anybody can do that. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes.
When a task can be done by
Yes.
anybody and you have also done the same, so where is the impact? Where is the value addition? How you are believing that your audience is going to appreciate your work? Definitely not. Nobody will be appreciating. What audience is looking at? Present your data in such a way it should different from others. Give some more value to the data by doing it differently, by adding some uniqueness in your data, giving some innovative ideas over there. So that makes a lot of impact. So now the question is over here, how to make our presentation differently over here so that people would be happy. Same job we are going to do, but our presentation technique will be different. How? Let's go and discuss. So we have the similar data to the right side. You can see. Please get back to the data set number 2. Keep your cursor inside the dataset anywhere. Go for Control A. When you go for Control A over here, you will be finding data is selected. Go for sorting. Alt D S. And when you go for data sorting, sort by no more name, no more department. Go for direct salary. And choose the order largest to smallest. So this is what step 1, data to be sorted in largest to smallest order based on the salary. Is it done? Please confirm.
Done.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Done.
Thus, okay, fine then. Step 2. Having the selection with the data, go to Home tab. We have a option Format as Table in day 1 already discussed, and it comes up with light, medium and dark color, and I told you which option you should take.
Light or medium,
And why not dark?
because it will increase the size of file.
Very good. So let us go and take one medium category out of this, and the moment you click, it opens a dialog box like this. Click OK. And step 2 is completed. My data is formatted as a table. Now, once you got your data formatted as table, can you see one table design or design button is activated in your extreme right of the ribbon menu options? Depends upon the version. Maybe design, table design, something will be there. And in this table design, can you see one filter button option is there? It is checked or it is on. Kindly deactivate this filter button. And when you go for this filter button, with immediate effect, you will be finding from the entire data set, all the filter buttons are removed. Now, keep your cursor above to the date of joining people, and there you type a text called total. Total. If you want, you can color that cell a little bit, no problem, it's up to you. And next to the total, please type a formula equal to subtotal. Equal to subtotal. A beautiful formula of Microsoft Excel, but bit peculiar. The reason in subtotal formula itself, so many formulas are there. So we need to go for a formula name called sum. And can you see a number is assigned to that? That's called 9. You can type 9 manually, or you can double click on sum, or you can select and tab also, no problem. 9 will be automatically embedded in my formula. Right now, comma. What you need to do over here is we have declared some formula to be applied, but where? The range, the salary, entire range you can select, and that is going to make you 29,11,878. So could you please confirm all of you have got the same total?
Yes.
Right.
Pramas, could you please show it again?
It's there. I'm already showing on the screen. So where is the problem? You want me to type the formula again? To which level you have completed? Priyanka, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, understood.
So up to this, we are completed people over here, whatever the things required for our data. And now just do one thing, keeping the cursor anywhere in the data set and go to your same table design or design options in the extreme right of the ribbon menu. You can find it is on. And there is an option over here inside naming called insert slicer. What's that? Insert slicer. I'm highlighting. You can cross check even. Insert slicer. This is there. So going to same table design over here, and you have to go for insert slicer. And when you go and check insert slicer, it will take you to a dialog box like this, where you could find the name is called department checkbox. In that box is not activated. You can activate the same, and you can go and click OK. So when you click OK, a box will be turning up over here, naming called department, and the same, you can simply drag it and populate to the data side in the right side. Okay. Now see the beauty. HR records. Click human resource. Only HR record will be shown on the screen. And what is the total HR salary? It is showing already in the top over here. And what is the highest salary in HR? 46,904. What is the lowest one? 10,251. Can you see the beauty? Same thing, whatever though it was people are demanding, we are presenting, but our presentation technique is different. And it's so dynamic also. Admin record, click a button, all the admin records. Marketing, all the marketing records. If I want to see both the records, say marketing and admin one time. So admin I select, holding the control button, marketing, all the admin and marketing records will be displayed on the screen. Now, if my data presentation is over, I need to just go for restoring the data. On the same slicer top right corner, you'll be finding one clear filter button is there and data is restored. So now you tell me, being an audience, if you look at your data, which one you prefer to see, option 1 or option 2?
Option 2. Amazing.
So anybody who is watching my data, definitely they are going to appreciate my work by looking at option 2. So this is how people, you can always make your presentation different from others, but yes, that uniqueness should be there in your presentation. Now, where this entire thing lies, which is actually stealing your show, the slicer one, and how people will be happy or surprised because people have the impression or they have the mindset, they have got the information that slicer is available only if you have in pivot table. Slicers cannot be there in your normal data set. So, but we made this in the simple data set, how to apply slicer. So that's the place where we made it different. Helpful? Clear? Any doubt? Any
Prabhas,
question?
one doubt.
Yeah.
That table design, it will be there in the. I'm not able to find that option in Excel.
What is there?
It is
What is the last option? If you keep the cursor in table, what is the last option, the ribbon you are getting?
only design option. Design is
That is
there.
what, that is what, same. It depends upon the versions I told. I am in 365, my option is table design. Since you are in
Okay.
2016 or 2019, maybe design, but options remain the same. Filter button, insert, slicer, everything is there inside.
Okay. Okay. So as you told, like I mean, I selected select the table and so can you tell me once again the procedure because I lost I couldn't find the table design, so I was
You
lost
share your
that.
screen, no problem. You share your screen, I'll guide you. You can share your screen.
I share my screen. You tell me whether my screen is visible or not. That's all. No.
Yeah, yeah, no problem. You share your screen.
Pravas, meanwhile, I just need one clarity.
Yeah.
Coming out from the table style, is there any shortcut key?
Yeah, we do have, but it will be time taking. Better, I would suggest coming out of table, you should go for this convert to range.
Convert to range. Okay, okay. I'll
Yeah.
do that. Thank you.
Propose that share screen option. Not able to find that. Show.
No, next to the mic, you have a share option, Suresh. Next to the mic.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know.
Yeah, fine. Now I can see your screen. Please go to that Excel.
Excel. Can you able to see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Just
But
minimize this screen.
since that I opened in Citrix and outside, I mean normal desktop. In both Excel I opened in the normal local desktop and this Teams. I mean this link I opened in the Citrix. I mean connected through VPN. So two
Okay.
different screens. That's the
Okay,
reason.
fine, fine. No problem. You can deactivate. I am explaining the same one more time. You can check where the things have been lying with. you can also connect with that. Don't worry. So you can come out of the screen. I'm taking the control from the screen.
Yeah, yeah.
See, what you need to do is over here. Up to this, we are done. To formula you have created, as I understand.
Yeah, yeah. Till
Right.
total I did. Okay.
Okay. That's what I'm just also referring in the screen. If you keep your cursor in the table anywhere, you will be finding same table design or design is on.
Yes.
There's an option called insert slicer in the tools
Yes.
group. Insert slicer.
Yeah.
If
Yes.
you click that, a dialog box appears.
Yeah. 4 option department name
Yes.
and.
Department you need to check. Department box you have to check.
Okay.
Then click OK. A slicer will be appearing naming called department.
Yeah. Accounting and yeah, all departments.
Yeah. Now you can take that box and hold it, drag it to the right side.
Okay.
Then you just go and keep on checking with any department you want to see. Just click the department name in that box, and that data alone will be displayed on the screen.
Okay.
Right? So this is how we made the things more dynamic.
Okay, got it, Prabha. So if you wanted to, I mean, keep the data as original data unfiltered, na, so we can do again select and unfilter. Na?
Yeah, you have to go to department right side on the extreme right. You can see a cone kind of structure, clear filter.
Yeah, it will show the entire data.
Right.
Yes, yes, Prabha. Now
Okay.
got clear.
Okay. Great. Fine then, people. So I believe everybody is clear with our sorting sheet, what we discussed, the task. Any doubt, any queries from anybody?
Prabhas, explain the formula once more.
Formula. Yeah. Yeah. So we have gone for a subtotal formula, and it is having so many formulas. So we are going to use the formula name called sum. So when I go for sum formula, if you can see, there is a number already assigned to 9. So I go for double click on the same 9 number will be assigned over here. So we are giving a declaration that we are going to use sum formula. But where you want to apply the sum formula, that data range also to be selected. So data range is nothing but exactly the below moment you see. I have to check my salary completely over here, and that is going to be my reference column. And this is going to give me the total.
Okay.
Clear?
Yes, sir. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, let us go for our next sheet, people, naming called multi-DB filter. So we are going to work with multiple database. Suppose say, take an example. I am working in a corporate where they have got two plants. One is there, suppose say in Pune, and the other one, suppose say in Chennai. Okay. So both plant they have their unique operations and they are belong to one group of industry. Suppose say take an example. Okay. Now I have got region wise. These are the different products I'm selling to my customers. Last 4 months, this is the revenue I have made. Now my boss is saying, Prabhas, in Pune plant data, I want to see only Karnataka records. And in Chennai plant data, I want to see only April month record. I repeat, Pune plant only Karnataka records. Chennai plant only April month records. So how will I present it? Simple, as I understood. Pune plant, I'll go to region, Karnataka, I'll go for right click, filter, and I'll go for cell value. Similarly, I'll go for Chennai. Again, I'll go for month April and filter over here selected by cell value. But what is happening when I go for this operation? When I go for my Chennai filter, my Pune data filter is gone. Can you see that? So what you have
Yes.
understood, why it is happening like this? Because filter is a toggle key. The first impressions to activate filter, second impressions to deactivate filter. So when I create the filter in first data set, when I go to the second data set, try to apply filter, the first one is getting deactivated. So this is what the problem with filter. And when I expressed all these problems about filter, my boss is not ready to accept. He's telling what you're saying. This is not possible. I have seen people doing it. So can I say one thing to my boss? Sir, I am telling it is not possible. But you are saying that yes, it is possible. You have seen people doing it. Okay. So why don't you do it once? I'll also learn something from you. Can I say something like that? What's up, people? Definitely not. We cannot tell all these things to our superiors. But why he is telling then? If it is not possible with filter, we know that very well, but still he is firm in his statement, right? Well, it was a major problem, trust me. In 1985, since 1985 till 2003 version of Excel, this was a major problem. You are unable to do it. So people will always suggest you go for one more data set, cut it and paste it in a different sheet and go for applying filter. But this is no more a problem. How to present it, I'll tell you. See, we'll play a simple trick. Go to our first plant, that is Pune plant data, select completely, Control A. Convert your data into table. So to convert our data into table, Control T, T for Tango, T for table. It will give you a dialog box called our table format. Then click OK. So now Pune plant, which region boss is expecting? So he is expecting from Karnataka. So I'll go for over here Karnataka, and Karnataka records are displayed on the screen. Now next is Chennai data. Chennai, which month? April month. So simple, I'll go for April, right click, filter, selected by cell value. Can you see now? 2 minutes back, it was not happening for us, but when I go for simply playing a trick, converting the data into table, can you see? Even though I have got multiple data sets also, I could showcase the entire scenario in one screen. So that's the beauty of, again, format as table. So whenever you have multiple scenarios to showcase, instead of using multiple sheets, you can have your data in one sheet itself and you can present it. Hope this is working. Check and let me know.
Yes, Prabhas, it's working very fine, and it seems I mean it's very very amazing. Like it's a lot of time, but
Yeah.
the real problem is like in every process what we work in real time in office, we are working in different process, so we are not utilizing all these options in the office. So we are using only one few, for example, only we lookups or pivot table or something, few steps only. But these are the things, in we are forgetting these options. By I mean now I mean I'm very very confident. It seems very very easy, but I don't know how I need to be the regular practice should be there, I guess.
Of course, that is necessary, Suresh. What you're saying is absolutely correct. If you do not use, you'll definitely forget. That's the reason I told you. Don't think that whatever I need to use, that things only I need to practice or I need to learn. Learn as much as you can from the training and think in this way, how to implement the same in my workplace. Then
Yeah,
automatically that will be helping you a lot and register the things easily.
sure.
Yeah, yeah. All right. So I believe multi-DB filter is clear for everyone. Any doubt, any queries, people? Helpful?
Yes, Prabhas. Very
Yep.
nice.
Yep. Let's go for our next topic, people. Naming called data visualization. So here again, we are going to learn some beautiful concepts about our Excel. And let me take you through the first scenario. We have got a situation one, and product wise, how much revenue we have made, the entire result is on. Okay. So let me put the data in a story format. Suppose say take an example. My boss asked me, Prabhas, how much revenue we have made from the products? I want to see a simple report. So what I did, month wise, product wise, whatever the Excel sheets I would have prepared, all the things I have opened, and this is the final summary I have made it. Okay. Now what I made, though it is ready for dispatch, but that is anybody's job. Anybody can do that. So do you believe that? Did I do something extraordinary stuffs over here? No. And one thing for sure, nowadays, people do not like watching our boring numbers. Yes. So what audience is expecting? That better you present your numbers with some kind of visuals. So your visuals will be telling 1,000 times better story than your boring numbers. Or do something which will be more value additions to your data, or do something that your data will be speaking in terms of a infographic presentation. So this is what people are expecting nowadays from us. So how to make it better, or what kind of value addition we can do with this data so that people will happy watching the same. So we are going to explore now. Let's do it. So keep your cursor next to the USD column and choose a cell naming called visual and expand the column a bit. Now select your visual columns range as I selected and go for equal to, taking the reference from the column B, that is USD, and go for Control Enter. So what it happens, same USD data is going to be populated in the visual column. So now you can ask me a question, Prabhas, we could have done the simple copy paste. Why did you take the long route like this? The reason is tomorrow when I change my USD column, I don't need to do again a copy paste. Automatically the data will be changing. That's why I have kept it in formula driven. So visual column data is ready. Confirm please.
Yes.
Yes, bro.
Okay,
Yes.
great. How about others people?
Yes, Prabhas.
Yes, Prabhas, done.
Okay, five,
Yes.
six,
Yes, Prabhas.
Yeah,
seven.
done.
Fine. Thank you so much. So now please stay focused for 1 minute. 1 minute on my screen. Observe what I'm doing. Next 1 minute I'll be giving time to work with. Don't worry. So I have taken my visual column data over here. I have gone to Home tab. There is an option called conditional formatting where I have got option called data bars. So when I go for data bars, it opens with two broad categories, gradient and solid. I'll be taking one gradient fill, this light blue data bar I like the most. I'll be using this. So now immediately if you see a beautiful presentation turns up, what kind of feeling you are having by looking at the data, keeping yourself in the audience side?
Yeah, it's
It
cool.
looks attractive.
Yeah, looks attractive, looks informative also. And
Yeah, the highest and the lowest you can.
yes, immediately express that. Now just imagine if the numbers were alone there, it is very difficult to read the numbers and present our story. So more or less it gives a feel of a bar chart kind of stuffs. Do you agree with me?
Yeah.
Yeah. But how it is different from a bar chart? Let me take you through. So here, first you create, go and create, then we'll discuss. So this is there, Home tab, conditional formatting, data bars, and choose any style. That's it. Now, once you have made it, how it is different from a bar chart? Let's have a discussion. See, if I really create a bar chart from this data, the data will be in one location, bar chart will be in another location. But here the bars are applied exclusively on the cells. Advantage number one. Advantage number two, if you really create a bar chart out of this data, what will be happening? The bar chart will be occupying more of my Excel file size or space. But here, the bars are hardly going to occupy some space in KBs. That's what the beauty. Now, what we have prepared or presented, anybody can do that. It's a simple feature, selecting the data, going to home, conditional formatting, data bars. Anybody can apply. As I was telling you, Whenever we present our data, make sure our data is different from others or our presentation is different from others. How? Let's go and explore. If I go for selecting this data, visual column, okay, you can start working with me. Go to home, conditional formatting. So any point of time to see the backend rules of conditional formatting, you should go for the option called manage rules. Manage rules. And when you go for the manage rules, it will take you to a dialog box where we have got the rules already applied and edit rule. And when you see one edit rule checkbox or dialog box appears over here, this is the place where you can manipulate the entire data bars rule. You can change the bar color, you can change the bar outline, anything you want, you can do the changes. But I would like to tell you one thing over here. There is an option called show bar only. Show bar only. This option is not enabled. This checkbox is not enabled. You can activate this and click OK. And when you click OK, again click OK. See the beauty? What seems? Those person who are interested watching the number, they will be watching USD column. Those who wants to make an immediate impressions, they can watch the visuals column. So from this, people will definitely love to see this column and this column. Nobody is going to watch your numbers anymore. Looks good, neat and clean, presentable. What is the option? Home, conditional formatting. Within that, data bars. Yes, people, all of you are getting the same feeling. Any doubt, any queries?
Prabhas,
Yep.
can you please show that the last one?
Yeah, you can go for this visual column,
Mm.
range, home tab, conditional formatting, manage rules, edit rule. There you have option show bar only. Click OK, again click OK, and this will be on.
Okay.
Now see the beauty, people. The moment you have done with all these things in Excel, suppose you happen to take these presentations to PowerPoint, you don't need to struggle much. See the beauty, how you are going to make it better in PowerPoint and without having any kind of hassle over there. So I'll take you through that for an example. So this is what the data over here, Control A, I'll delete over here, got it. Yep, right click, simple, I'll go for picture. And the moment I go for this is the presentation, I can make it. And when I'm presenting the same to my people, people will love to see that with a neat and clean presentations. This kind of high definition colors, we cannot ever express in our PowerPoint because this is what we have only in Excel. All right. So this is how we have understood how these data bar styles are more visually appealing towards our data presentation. And this makes sense. Any doubt, any queries so far, people? All right. Now, I'm going to take you through on the same situation one more time. As I told you, nowadays the audience is having a different level of expectation. What's that? They do not like when you present your data as it is. What they're expecting, you should present your data in such a way it should speak a story to the people. So in this case, we cannot write a paragraph and ask the people to read and understand by themselves. So your data should be efficient enough to tell the story. So let's go and discuss what can be done over here. I will select same visual column completely over here. I will go to my home tab, conditional formatting over here. And when I go for our manage rules, we could explore all these things that for sure we have understood. But how to make a story? See the beauty. I will select our product and USD column. I will select our product and USD column. I will go for simply right click, sort and custom sort, or Alt DS, the data sorting purpose. And sort by, I can choose USD, and order, I can choose largest to smallest. And the moment I click OK, can you see a beautiful impression turns up? So what's the story? Anybody who is watching my data, he can make out. From category 12, we have made the maximum revenue, and from category 4, we have got the least revenue. And the same, when I take this to PowerPoint presentations also, people will love to see that. Just see how, if I go and present it over here, you can notice. And now, when you present it, which one people prefer to see? Option 1 or option 2?
Option 2.
Definitely. That is what going to be anybody's choice, isn't it? Hope it is working, people, for everybody. Any doubt, any queries in our situation 1? Trust me, these things will be very, very helpful when you are creating any kind of dashboard, summary report, tabular report. So instead of sending just the numbers alone, if you add some visuals, that will be more attracting for the people and people will love to see the most. So if it is clear, can we proceed to situation number 2?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Prabhas.
Okay. Now, before proceeding further with situation 2, I would like to tell you one thing. No need to do anything, just watch my screen. If you see the data bars, how the directions of the bars, this is from left to right. You can see always from left to right only it is going, because all the places value is positive. What if I have a negative any point of time? Ideally, the direction of the bars should be opposite, right to left. And if it is a negative, what should be the color of the bars? Definitely red. So let's see how it is going to happen. If I go for the timing category 3, some ready-made negative values I have put it across. Can you see the beauty? Ready-made format is there, inbuilt formatting is there. I don't need to go for a separate activity for this or doing something different. Immediate options being applied. That's the beauty of our table formatted or data bar formatting of our conditional formats. Now, category 2 or situation 2, let's go for it. Same category and USD is there, product wise or category wise, whatever revenue. Now, how to make some different presentations? I'll take you through. Select your over here one cell next to USD and type visual and expand the column a bit. Now, select your entire USD column, only not the header, only the data. And then go to insert. There you will be finding one group called sparkline where 3 different types of sparklines are there. Line, column, win or loss, able to see people? Insert and insert 3 different types of sparklines are there.
Yes, Prabhas.
Now, once you go and click the column 1, immediately this will be asking for a dialog box where it will be asking where is the data. Data is already selected. Then this is asking where is the location. Location is the first cell of the visual column. The moment you click OK, you can see some kind of visual impressions it is created over here. So you got to select on the same cell for the rest of the cells. Don't drag it, because if you drag, the impressions meaning will be different. So you need to select. And once you do so, go to your home tab. Go to your home tab. There's an option called our merge and center. And when you go for merge and center, can you see more or less you'll get a feel of a column chart over there in the data. So this is called our insert spark lines, and within that column spark line. So as I told you, when you're presenting your data, people will be always be expecting a story. So how to present our data in a story format? Select category and USD. Go for data sorting. Sort by USD column. Order largest to smallest. And when you click OK, you can see a beautiful story turned out. The maximum height of the column, whichever it is, the maximum revenue also category 12. The lowest column, that is the lowest value, category 4. So any doubt in this Sparkline options, people? Anybody, any questions running in your mind? Feel free to ask.
Prabhas, this visual alone, can you tell me again? This bar chart.
No. First one or second one? Situation 1 or
Second,
situation 2?
situation 2.
Okay.
I selected and yeah,
Have you selected the USD column?
yeah, I selected and large to lowest I kept.
Okay. But visual, have you created that?
No, I didn't create. I created that bar. I mean that conditional formatting only. I went. This one instead of spark lines, I didn't. I'm not finding that.
Well, in the insert, you can insert, if you see, there is a 3D map. Can you see one option, 3D map?
Ah, yes.
So next to 3D map, 3 different types of options are there: line, column, winner, loss.
Okay. For me, it's not opening. It is telling some encountered somewhere.
No. What do you
I said,
see? What do you see in that? If you go for it, what do you see in that window?
I mean I can see that 3D map option is there,
Forget about
but
3D
that is
map. Forget
okay.
about 3D map. After 3D map, can you see these options: line, column, win or loss?
Yeah.
There you go for
So
column.
column, okay. Column range. I need to select this.
USD column. USD column. You have to select in the data range. USD column. You have to select like this.
Select. Okay.
Then location range. Visual column. First cell. Right now, once you get that visual column, first cell having some impressions, along with that cell, select the rest of the cells. Don't drag it, just select. And then you have to go to home tab over here, conditional form. I mean, in our merge and center home, you will be finding an option.
But yes,
And when you merge it, you'll be getting this kind of visuals over there.
but I'm getting only on the first cell alone. I'm getting.
That is what I told you. On the first cell, keeping the cursor, you got to select the rest of the cells like this.
Okay, so the below remaining cells I need to select.
Along with that, what you have created along with that cell, rest of the
Okay.
cells also you have to select.
Then I need to go merge. I need to merge it.
Yeah. Hope you're getting the same types of visual.
No, I'm not getting something I'm doing wrong.
So what you're doing, could you please let me know? You have got your visuals in the first cell, right? That is in G7, correct?
Yes, yes, sure.
So keep your cursor in G7 and select up to G18. Don't drag. Don't drag. Select.
Okay.
And when you go for G7 to G18, after selecting the same, go to Home tab, Merge and Center. If you click, you will be getting the similar visuals like me only.
And this one is. Yes, Prabhas. Now I got it.
All right. So once you have done this, now here, if you have the expectation like Prabhas, can I add the data labels? Can I go for axis title, something like that, unlike our charts? No, those things are not possible. Because if you are able to do this on here, then there will be no more having the chance of Excel's charts. That's why Microsoft has not given the privileges over there. In this visuals, you can add the data labels. So here, this is only mere for visuals purpose. You can use this. But yes, one thing, if you ask me, I can help you out. If you want to customize the highest column in terms of color green and the lowest one in terms of color red, that can be done. How? Select this visual. Can you see one tab over here in the extreme right? Sparkline or design tab, something is there. Can you see? Could you please confirm?
Yes, Prabhas.
So in that we have a option. People name will be different. Don't be worried. Sometimes some people will be having design. If you have 2016 or 2013, name will be design. If you are in 365, name will be Sparkline. Options remain the same. So need to navigate, and there is an option called marker color. And when I go for marker color, there's an option high point. You can choose green over here. Low point, again same markers, sparkline, marker, low point, you can make it red. Right? And now you can see on your screen the first column, which is the highest column in terms of green, the last one, the lowest one column, it comes in red. So this is the kind of customization you can do that over there. Okay. Now, if you look at our columns, how it is appearing from the axis, it is always going up because all the places value is positive. What if I have a negative value at any point of time? Of course, it will be below to the axis. And if it is below to the axis, what should be the color of that column? Should be negative, so definitely red. So what we can do over here is just go to and check category 5. Suppose say I have got some negatives over here. Just see the beauty. Immediately it will be appearing with the proper negative values to express with. No need to be worried about that. So that's the beauty of our Sparkline. So any doubt, any queries with related to the Sparkline, people? So situation 2, any doubt, people?
No, Prabhas.
Now we'll go for our situation number 3. So when you have some historical data comparison to make, how to present our data effectively. That's what our objective. Now say take an example. We have got same categories over here and we have got 2 years data, 2019 and 2020, 2 years data is there. Now how to present these records over there? we are going to discuss. So first thing first, let's go for keeping the cursor after 2020. Keep your cursor to the right side and insert a column. And to insert a column, Alt I C. So instead of going for mouse, right click, Alt I C, use the better option. Though you are working with laptop or desktop, this is going to help you to insert column. Similarly, Alt I R to insert row. Similarly, Alt I W, W for worksheet to insert worksheet. So common keys Alt I, C for column, R for rows, W for worksheet. Pretty easy to remember, make use of that. Now, to repeat the last step, go for F4. So here two columns are ready. First column will name it as growth. Growth. And second one is the visual. Now select your growth column range like this. Growth compared to last year to this year. If you want to find the growth, what should be the formula? Basic mathematics, anybody?
Total divided by, 2000, 2580 divided by this total.
No, that's not the growth. So growth we can find equal to 2020 minus 2019. This year data to compare to the last year. Control Enter. Similarly, select your visual column and go for equal to, take the reference of growth column and Control Enter. So hope our growth and visual column is ready, people, everybody.
Yes, Prabhas.
Great. Now kindly select the visual column data only, and over there, go to our home tab and conditional formatting. We have an option called icon sets. So one more visual option, how to use this. We are going to see that. Okay. Now, once you find this, it opens with 4 broad categories like directionals, shapes, indicators, and ratings, all those things. It depends upon you. It is completely your call to take the which option will be more suitable to my data. There is no hard and fast rule. But yes, if you ask me, Prabhas, what would be your best recommendation? I would say if you're working more with the project related activities, shapes and indicators ideally more helpful. If you're working with more into the text heavy data, like when you're working with assessment matrix, balanced scorecard template, or you are working with voting buttons of our feedback forms, then this option will be more better called ratings. Except that wherever else, so the more the numbers you are going to deal with, you must go for the directional options. So let's go for the first one. The three different arrow keys definition is there. Let's go for that. And immediately you will be finding your data is getting applied with the icon sets. So here, green color up arrow key, we can understand something. What is that? Green color up arrow key?
Increase in growth.
Of course. And red color down arrow key?
A loss or decrease in growth.
Yeah. So compared to last year, this year volume is decreasing. That's why it is showing. Okay. Now, how about the yellow color arrow keys?
Not a substantial increase or substantial decrease.
But
Something
how?
like
How to fix that substantial value?
It could be borderline,
What is the borderline in
in the
this?
sense near to zero.
So near to zero, if it is, then my 214 is negative. It's supposed to be then red color down arrow key. 671, which is quite high compared to the borderline. If I see, it is supposed to be the green color up arrow key.
or is it taking it from the previous category?
No, no.
Okay.
So previous category, if it is say 2051, it is my negative over here. Then here also negative. Then it should not be the yellow color arrow key. It should be again the red color down arrow key if it is taking. Right? So here it is not clear. Can you see that? So what you have believed, the moment we try to apply as it is, rather it is giving a information, it is creating more of confusions. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes, Prabhu.
So,
Not very
this,
clear.
yeah, this is the reason why instead of presenting this data as it is, you have to always customize this. So how to customize this rule according to the need, like making it very simple rule that compared to the last year, wherever volume is increasing, green color up arrow key, wherever it is decreasing, red color down arrow key. In case if it is same by mistake, by chance, there is no growth or degrowth, then it should be the yellow color arrow key. If that is the need, then how to customize? Let's go and discuss. So here we need to select this visual column people completely what we have created. Then we need to go over here to our home tab, conditional formatting. I told you, if you want to see the backend rule, where to go? If you see the
Manage
backstage,
rules.
yeah, manage rules. Let's go for that. And when we go for manage rules, immediately edit rule option is there on in that. Yes, we can click on the dialog box. And now this is the place where we need to customize the rule according to the need. First thing first, if you look at over here, our data is running in terms of numbers, but here the data type is showing percent. So we need to change from the drop down over here, number. Again, the second drop down instead of percent, number. So since our data is in number, we want to select as a number. Okay. Now, if you look at over here, the first icon, it is showing green color up arrow key will be applied when more than equal to 0. Technically, we do not want to go for more than or greater than equal to 0. We just want to make it greater than. And the moment you hit over here, there is an option over here called show icon only. This option is not yet enabled. You can enable the same. And the moment you go and click OK, now just see what happens. Again, click OK. A beautiful rule turns up. And trust me, when you're going to present this, people will love to see this column over here and this. Nobody will be preferring to see your numbers column over here. So this is how, whenever you want to turn up your boring numbers into beautiful, eye-catchy infographic presentations, this option should be very helpful. One is our data bars. Second one is the spark lines. And the third one is about icon sets. So hope everybody is getting the same. Any doubt, any queries? So it's there in our home tab, conditional formatting over there, icon sets. See, I'm going to show something over here. If you're done with our situation 3, how to make our historical data comparison presentation better. No need to do one thing, just look at my screen, please. Suppose I have got some historical data of, suppose say 5 years data over here. Okay, 5 years data. So let me first create some data set for you so that it will be easy for you to connect with it. So let me create some data first. No need to do anything, just watch my screen, please. See, this is what the data I have. Now I'll create one visual column. So 5 years data, if I want to make some comparison and I want to interpret my story, it is very difficult in this format. Okay, so how to present an instant story over here? Let me take you through. You can select on the first category whatever we have the data we have selected, and then we'll go for insert in the same sparkline called option line. So if I go for line over here, I'll take this and click OK. Okay, so it is asking me location. So data is already selected. Location, I will be taking this. And when I click OK, I'll be getting a kind of a line graph. And I'll be taking the same for the rest of the categories. And finally, I'll go to Sparkline. There's an option called markers. And see the beauty? People will love to see this and this. Nobody is going to see your 5 years data over here. They will try to interpret from this only. So what you can do, what is the message it is going to give me if I go for the first case, that category 1 from third year or second year, it is consistently going down. Why? What is the reason behind the same? Okay. But one case, if you look at from our over here, take an example, say in our category 5, it is showing the consistent growth over here. Though there was a pandemic, but though the data, I mean, people are really suffering over there, but still this company is going to make good business, or this category of product is getting more revenue for us. Like that, you can interpret. And one more case, if you look at over here, that in case of category 11, it was down, but slowly it is now progressing further. So it's a good sign from the company perspective, and it is going to give more business to us. So this is how you can interpret easily to the people. So again, this is the Sparkline options. So taking the different options, always go for making your data presentation better. So data visualization, what we learned, one is data bars, one is Sparkline, other one is icon sets, right? So any doubt in this sheet, people? So this is it from our day 2 side. Any doubt or queries for the day or day 1? Any doubt was there? You can ask me.
Prabhas, I have a query here.
Yeah.
Not with respect to the visuals, I have a query in the data cleaning and dates, that where we have studied, reviewed, or uh,
Flashfill,
no, the before one.
data clean 2.
Date.
Okay.
See, in while doing a regular work or doing an analytics at our regular things, several lakhs of lines of rows will be there in the data set.
Okay.
And this we would have sourced it from different data sources, and the date format will be different in different data source.
Okay.
While using the test to column, will it convert all sort of data source to the one type of data source, or it will change the format, or it will still show error message? That is
No.
what we find difficult.
Okay. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. In that case, what I suggest is, see, there are two scenario. One, if it is directly system downloaded data, what you can do is retain your source column, whatever you have consolidated or combined multiple Excel sheets, whatever it is. You can go to another column and there you apply text to column so that you can understand the same value is populating or not. Okay, but how? I will tell you. Here, I'm going to take you through one direct options like what you have asked me. Let me take you through that. This is what exactly the scenario is more challenging over here. I have got work order date. So first thing, if you see, it is showing me DD MMMYY. This is the format. Second one, M/DD/YYYY. So these are the dates only, but it is of two different formats. So I
Yeah.
need to maintain some uniformity. That's what we are looking for.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
So what we can do, we can select our data, again going for text to column. Here we need to go for next, again next, but instead of general, we need to change to date. And here we need to go for, if it is showing DMY, we need to change it to MDY. If it is showing MDY, we need to change it to DMY. This is the only change we have to do. And once you do the same, go for finish. Now the data is uniform.
In this case, my challenge was like whether everything has come to my required format or not. So because
Yeah.
individually we cannot check, right?
Right. I'll tell you for that also. That's what I told you. Let the source data be there like this. We will do the operation first by creating one more copy of that column.
Okay.
Okay. Now this column, I'll be going for text to column. So I'll go for next, next, and there if I go for date MDY, now finish. Now you see,
Okay. So this assures us that everything has been converted to dates, a particular type of date, correct?
right. It's a uniform date. Now, suppose say take an example, some cases, if it is missing or dates are mismatching, if that kind of situation is there, then you go for one more time over here, Alt A E over here, next, next, and the moment you go for same DMY, and if I go for MDY, finish, now this will be perfectly all right. Just two times you have to do.
Okay, so we have to go to the test column and select the date format in reverse date format, which is there in that.
Absolutely.
Okay, okay, okay. So we then it makes us sure that okay, everything is converted to a particular date type. There's
Definitely,
no difference.
definitely. Here
Okay.
itself, I can show you the challenge, what you have faced. I'll show you. You can also connect. See, in the first time when I did, can you see? First Jan it comes. But second case over here, it is 17 March, 17 March comes. But the third case, it is a 4th July, but it is comes as 7th April. Can you see that?
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the reason why when you found some kind of cases like that, then you should go for one more time your data text to column, next, next, date over here and MDY and finish. Now it will be changing. Can you see? 4 July, 4 July.
Okay. So two times you have to do that.
Yes,
The first time it will convert the regular things. Then it will second time it will make align to the means it will reverse the
it will make the uniform format. First time it
uniform
will
format.
neutralize the format. Second time it will bring the uniform format.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
yeah, got it. Thank you.
yep, welcome. Yes, people. Any other doubts or queries from anybody?
Prabhas, can you tell me once again that data clean 3, that accounts number, the
Okay.
flash fill source?
Okay, okay. So, which one it, because we did for bank account number, bank code, which one you did not understand? You could you let me.
Bank account number.
Okay, bank account number. So first thing
Yes.
what you need to do, you have to go and select your first data set over here where the bank account number is there. You can select like
Yes.
this, copy.
Okay.
You come to next to column, then there you first define apostrophe. So apostrophe means single quote,
Yes.
and then paste.
Yeah.
Then enter over here, then enter over here. and then go back to the cell, Control E. Then, as per the rules, once you got your data with Flashfill, you must select, copy that, and go for right click upon the same, paste
Oh,
special.
1 minute, Prabhas. I mean, I copy pasted that upward number. If I meant the formula is already it is there, no, the control that formula we need to select. I'm getting confused here only.
Confusion. See, first you have copied the data by apostrophe.
Yeah,
That's done.
yeah, I did it. I did.
Right. Now you go for Control E, the keyboard shortcut you have to press.
Control V. Yes.
That's it.
It is not Control E enter. Control enter. Yes.
No, not Control E enter. Control E itself, it is coming up. See, the first data set you have created, right?
Yeah, I mean I pasted the account number, Prabhas, with
Right. Right.
that.
Right. Get your cursor out of that cell. Hitting enter, you
Oh,
come out of that cell.
okay.
Now, are you getting the same thing what I'm showing on the screen?
Yeah, yeah, I'm getting same
Right.
thing.
Right. Now then keep your cursor again in that cell.
Okay.
Then Control E.
We look at all the data next to your selection and did not see pattern for filling in values for you.
Could you please share your screen? Let me see what is the problem.
Uh, that's what I told you know that sharing. I could not share the. Thing. That's two different screens.
Okay, so if that is the case, have you created such kind of data, something in the right side, something is there?
That formula, right? What you?
I'm not doing any kind of formula. I'm not doing any kind of formula. See, this is the data you have, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now do one thing, now do one thing to avoid the entire confusion because you are unable to share also. So to make
Yeah.
it more clear, let's do one thing. Just
Okay.
bank name and code the entire data you select.
Okay.
Copy that.
Okay.
Go to a new
Sure.
workbook, Control N,
Yeah. Okay.
and paste it.
Yeah.
Now in column B, it's a
Yeah.
blank cell, correct?
Correct.
Now I'll go to my data and here I have to select my bank account number.
Yes.
Copy that.
Yeah.
Going to next column. Over here, I'll first apostrophe and I'll put Control V.
Yeah.
Then I'll go back to that cell again after hitting enter, Control E.
Okay. 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 Yeah. Now I got it. I don't know whether
Yes.
in that I made some mess up in that.
No,
It's
not
okay.
this. See, I can understand. You would have created this column already one time, and that's why it is getting a confusion to create a pattern. That's why do not create the column, identical column and keep it, then you go for try. Don't do that.
Okay. But we are not using any formulas here. We are just simply
We are
copy
not
and
using,
pasting
that
and
is what, this is a artificial intelligence tool. That's why I told you, we are not doing any kind of logic. We are not defining any kind of logic to Excel over here. Excel, it creates its own logic. Control is such a tool, it creates its own logic. What kind of logic? Over here it is creating that in this data set, when there is a data, when there is a space, and all the data is a numerical format, all the data characters are numbers, that alone is populating over here. But in the previous case, whatever the after the last space data was there, it was picking up. So it will differ case to case. There is no standalone logic for this to understand. It creates its own logic. It creates its own pattern.
okay. 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 Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Thanks, sir. But the same thing applies for the even that account number. I mean that code, no, that ANSZBA. Same thing we can do, no. That
Yes.
also
That's
bank
yes.
code.
Yes.
But
The bank code
here
you
that apostrophe we should not use no here since it is a text format.
yes, absolutely. The apostrophe is required when you are extracting the numbers because account numbers having zeros in the left also, we need to have them.
Okay. Okay.
That's right.
Sure, Prabhas, thanks.
Okay, no problem. Yes, Shilpa, you have raised your hand. Any questions?
No, Prabhas.
Okay, okay.
प्रभास सर
Yeah.
मुझे एक